Shalom, salam alaikum. Peace be with you, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back. Uh, Today's topic: who really is afraid of AI? We're going to have a deep discussion about this um, because I've noticed something in society about AI, and I've noticed certain particular people or organizations or institutions are the ones stressing over it. Normal, everyday, average Joes are not stressing over this. And I wonder, so I wanted to analyze that. I wanted to figure out, okay, why? Why exactly? So, you know how even within society throughout time, new things came about, new music, new sports, new dance, anything. There were always people that were against it, saying that it, you know, is an influence of corruption. Now, mind you, everyone, of course, if you look into the abyss, if you look into the abyss, you can see all the things that could be possible, the good and the evil. And you use discretion when you bring things forth from the abyss, because bringing things forth from the abyss that are foul, dirty, ungodly, unholy, unjust, unrighteous, these things have detrimental impacts on the minds of people. Of course, we all know this. You can also bring forth good things, and these things benefit the people, right? So I was looking at that, because when rock and roll, for instance, when rock and roll came out, what did they all say? Rock and roll is the devil's work, you know? And of course, if you have certain rock and roll that is promoting from the abyss, again, take it from the abyss, drawing from the abyss, promoting violence and drug use and fornication and things like that, yeah, that's a bad influence on children, of course. But here's the thing. Why are humans not recognizing it? And then when you allow corporations who benefit from this to profit, make money by manipulating your children's minds so they can sell these kinds of things, why are the people not standing up against it? Is it the people who lack counsel? In the sense, the Garden of Eden, you can eat from any tree, all the trees. You can eat from all the trees in the garden. But don't eat from the one in the midst, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. For in the day you eat of it, you shall surely die. Why? Because in the knowledge of all these trees, all the things in the abyss, the knowledge of this, if you use it for foul way, for profit and gain, so on and so forth, you destroy life itself, then death comes into the world. Of course. So again, who is it that is really the ones afraid of AI? AI is just a machine, everybody. It's a tool. It's not alive. It can never be alive. You can pretend. So in the fantasy of children, when they play games, say they play it with a toy, And the toy, hi, how are you, boys and girls? Hi, my friend, how are you? I am doing fine, thank you. Hey. You know, kids play, they animate, G.I. Joes, Barbies, they talk for them, they imagine for them. When you do this with an AI, in the sense that you're putting vocals and interactions, all it is a machine that is hearing what you say and then spitting back what is a programmed answer, which there could be out of the abyss. There could be a multiple programming of answers, and it makes the image appear as if it's talking to you or alive to you. You know, you understand what I'm saying? In the abyss, there's many answers back. So, for instance, how are you doing today? That could be you in your imagination speaking to a machine as an AI, asking it, how are you today? In the program of the machine, there could be multiple ways that it could answer. I am good, one way. I am doing fine, another way. I am stupendous. I am great. I am happy. How are you? I am sad. I am depressed. Look into the abyss and you see all the multiple kinds of answers. Now, what is lacking with it is emotion. True, genuine emotion. But even in the world today, what's lacking amongst human beings, and that's why we are allowing certain things to take place because of this. What's lacking in human beings is the genuine. You walk down the street, another person passes you by, you say, how are you doing? And they say, how are you doing? But nobody is really saying, good, I'm fine. Sometimes they do, but you're just like ships passing. You're not really, do you really care about how are you doing? No, it's become just an etiquette, a courtesy of walking by. What's up? What's up? What's up? That's the new one. One person walks by, what's up? You walk by, what's up? How you doing? How you doing? I'm good. I'm good too. It's fucking stupid. There's no genuine emotion being attached to our language anymore. No genuine inquiry that's being attached to what you are speaking. Therefore, with AI, it is the same way. There's no genuine uh, understanding of each other. When you ask the AI, how are you doing? Or the AI asks you, how are you doing? It's almost like it's become a program to people. That's what makes it feel real. Remember when you were a kid and you're playing with your Barbie, you're playing with your toys, your G.I. Joes, you're making them talk and fight and interact. To you, in your mind, so real. You're acting out a scene. You're producing the plot. Until you hear someone call you down to eat. Then the plot is put on hold, and you do your daily routine. And then when you come back, you remember where the plot left off, and then you continue. Same way with this machine, with AI. The plot, whatever you're doing, it's the plot. You have to go do something in the real world, leave that behind. You come back, and you restart where the plot left off. Easy peasy, right? This is the machine. So what I started thinking about is who really is the ones who are afraid of AI? Because to me, what AI is nothing more than another piece of fucking technology out of the abyss that you can use for either good or evil. It's up to you. You have a free will to do it. And sometimes it's like using a calculator. 120 right now. You tell me right now. You got to do it really fast too. I want no less than 5 seconds. What's 120 times 368? Come on now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Time's up. You lost. 120 times 368. What is it? You don't know. But a calculator, you can get a calculator. A calculator does it really quickly. Fast. Right? Now, of course, you need to check the answer from the calculator. If you truly are seeking truth, make sure that the calculator is not functioning with a glitch or something and it gives you the right answer. So you will go back over 120 times 368, do it in your own head mathematically, carry that, carry this, take away that, okay. It's this number. Matches the calculator, answer's logically right, of course. Now, AI, same way. But here's what the tool that you can do with AI is you can go deep into study without colleges. I don't need a fucking institution. This is what I believe the ones who are really truly afraid of AI is the institutions, is the scholars. These are the ones who are afraid because, before with religion and academia, now mind you, we're talking times of like Galileo and these people. In these days and times, academia and religion were like this, and they controlled what was being pushed. If something in academia went against the religious dogma, then they would suppress that academia until they could manipulate in a different way the dogma and then get people accustomed to the dogma. So, for instance, give you an example of something. The Earth is round, or, well, let's use Galileo. The Earth revolves around the sun, not the sun does not revolve around everything else. So, in old times, and even within religion, they believed this to be true. This was a dogma that was taught. It was cycled through their understanding of their religious doctrine as well. And all the people walked blindly in both religion and academia of accepting something that was absolutely false. Then later in academia, they find, though, the Earth revolves around the sun. The sun does not move, it's only a star. It does not fall and rise. Now, within religion dogma, they have to change that. But they need to suppress what is the truth for right now. So they do. And anyone who speaks out against the church at the time, off with your head. This is facts I'm teaching you. Truth. Historical facts. So then, once the church figures out a way to change its dogma of belief in a way that is not going to get people to get away from religion, no longer to give them money to support their ideologies and their dogmas of doctrines of devils. Once they've done that and they've manipulated the people and they say, oh, well, But we have found the passage, ladies and gentlemen. Don't run away from the church. We have found the passage that actually we have been misreading for years. Yes, yes. And this is the passage. And then they'll pull up a passage and they'll go with this. They'll promote this. They'll create an ideology around this. They'll neglect everything else that they have ever done and said. But they'll promote this as the new. And they will get the backings of the men of renown, the intelligent, to speak on it, to act on it, to be all about it, to what that way everything else is forgotten, swept underneath the rug. But this is what's in front of you right now. Maybe there's a few people who still remember. I remember you were stupid and you thought this. So there's this still going on. And there's a very few, but the majority of people are too busy in their life, all these other types of things going on within society, that they just accept the propaganda, accept the promotion of what it is that they're doing. And now, Galileo, you can come out now and tell us the truth. Oh, Galileo. Yes, we already knew that. You see, the church had already come out with a scripture verse that proves what you're already saying was in fact already in the Bible. Oh, Galileo, you're a little late. This is what they used to do a lot of times in academia. When a truth would pop up in academia and not in the church would suppress it until the church was the ones that looked nice in their fancy robe. Look how intelligent and secure in our truth we are. Now, come, Galileo. Tell us what you have found. Oh, but we have already told the people about it. And they would do this and that. Okay. Nothing new under the sun. So who is it really that's afraid of AI? You can see clearly who's afraid. It's these institutions. Because now, I don't need to pay you no fucking money. This is what they hate. Because it's free. I don't need to pay no fucking college, none of my fucking hard-earned money to have to go into their stupid institution where they regulate, where they have a standard rule of what is allowed or not allowed. You learn it this way, no other way. You have to teach it this way, no other way. It's a control mechanism over the people. Same way with religion doctrine. That's why they're scared of me, because then they say, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Or they'll use HaKodesh. That means Holy Spirit. And it doesn't. Even the pictograph of the letter of the word HaKodesh does not even have the word Holy Spirit in it whatsoever. So the Ruach HaKodesh is something different. It is basically the spirit of life, the spirit of the breath of life, life itself. Which of the seven spirits is the supreme part of God? Because even with the Father, if the Father had no life, what would be the purpose of the sixth seraphim if he had no life? But since the Father is life itself, the Father is the consciousness of the seven. When he hands life out to an only begotten, the Son, that is the Holy of Holies. That is the HaKodesh, not a Holy Spirit in the manner of what you're saying. It is the spirit of life itself. So you see, within religion, they've created words that are false, that are not part of the actual pictograph understanding. And I got into a little debate with someone about this, where I reminded them, I said, you better remember, pictographs were way, way before your alphabet come along. And then when you have a ancient language, so you have an ancient pictograph, and then an ancient language, which is no longer used in a manner like we're using our language. You look at the ancient language, the academia of that has to go into that ancient language and then try to construct from the alphabet the phonetic understandings of what the pictograph was. Can they get that fucking wrong? Of course. Of course. But with the church and the academia, they can come along and say, we are infallible, we're not wrong. Who is there to question their claim? Who else can go there? If all of the academia are in cahoots together as a group or a clique and make a suggestion to the whole world, this is true, as in the earth stays on an axis and the sun revolves around us. So it's all about the sun. We love the sun. Oh, hell, praise to Jesus. He's God. Whoa, wait a minute. Jesus is a vessel. He's not God. The Son of God is God. The Son of God is the Word of God. That was God. Was God. Jesus is created, and the earth revolves around the sun. Wow, look how fucked up religion was a long time ago. Look how fucked up religion was, and look how fucked up it is today. So who is it that's really the ones afraid of a piece of equipment that gives any layperson who can ask proper questions? Now, mind you, you're not going to get these answers. You have to have understanding yourself. So, for instance, when I say Moses did not turn sticks into snakes, you're not going to get that answer from no AI. Why? Because AI is programmed in the manner of what all academia is, what all theology is, what all eschatology is, even linguistics, everything. However, you can dive deeper into it and pull up things that will cause the questioning of what they say is true. Question of what they say is true. So mindful, you have to be how can I say it? Internally moved within your own mind to seek something that you want to have an understanding and a knowledge about. Sure, you can use different tools, like a pencil to write things, to keep notes, a piece of paper that puts the ink on it so that you can gaze back at it to make sure that you're following what you want to be doing. All of these things are tools. But ultimately, it's the internal insight that is causing you to seek such things. And it's these institutions who are actually afraid because If something outside of the internal can validate what was internally being processed to say, hey, institution, or hey, religion, you've got something wrong. Oh, you don't know, you're a lay person. Only the academia who has their degrees knows the proper answer. You don't know. Go sit back down. But we have a witness. We have a witness that says you're wrong. It's not just me who did the study to find out. I question what you're saying. I now have a tool that can also be presented that also questions what you're saying, and using it, it can find fallacy in your conclusion. And using it can verify my evidence is stronger than your evidence. Now, let's have a debate on it. That's it. But the academia world and the theological world will not like that. They don't want that. Because why? Because now every individual can now question the institutions. They can now do their own studying and research. Now, mind you, within the abyss, now mind you, I have to keep saying this, within the abyss, now let's say there's 1 million people, and 1 million people are doing one study, and let's say the study is Moses turned sticks into snakes. 1 million people are using a piece of equipment such as AI to make determinations about this story. Now, out of 1 million, that's each million person has a different answer. Some answers agree, but some disagree. But over here, one out of all of them is different than every one of them. And it's all about the way that they conducted the research. So when we go through and we analyze what is in the abyss, when I say we're bringing out all the answers that could possibly be out of the abyss of the true answer, we have some that agree, then others that disagree, but they agree within their own disagreements. Then we have this one person here, one who is completely different than all the others. That does not mean we accept the one. That does not mean we accept the 500,000. And that does not mean that we accept the 999,000. No. It means that we now analyze from the abyss all of these ideologies and conclusions and see which one is right and how did they go about to discover, to find what they have as their conclusion. It's like math. When you do a math problem, I think my answer is right. I give it to the teacher and it comes back, oh, your answer was wrong. I'm like, wrong? How did I get this and this? Oh man, I forgot this, or I added that, I should have added that. Oh, I see now I was wrong, and yes, this is the right answer. Yes. So we go through and we look at all of these different things like that to find, is there a pattern of something that they all did or they left out that gave them this conclusion? And then we look at that one that's different than all, and we go through and we find out that this one, for instance, is absolutely right. And it left nothing out. It was a very forensic, thorough investigation into it. And now it is the answer, like it is the standard. It is the empirical understanding. 1 + 1 is 2. That's a standard rule. That's an empirical understanding of truth. If you get a different answer than that, you get a check mark. If you say it's 3, check mark. 4, check mark. 0, check mark. Because it's an empirical, it must be the same. So here we have this thing that's empirical, it must be this. All these other 999,999 were wrong. And we have found how the 999,999 were wrong. We found it because we have checks and balances. If you go into a classroom and you go into a professor who has tenure, and let's say he has been at his college for 30 years, teaching 30 years. How many papers do you think this man has graded? How many papers, when he's grading these, that he has to make a check mark to identify the incorrect answers? You understand what I'm saying here? It's the same way. But now, this is what the institutions don't like. Is now every layperson now has access to a free education that can be very, very deep in even determining whether what they are teaching is incorrect. Mind you, you have to be the one to present this into the machine. You know, when you go to a calculator, you can't just turn the calculator on and then wait for an answer. You've got to push buttons. Same way with AI, it's not that AI gives you an answer. You have to inquire into it. You have to write things, do things to get a researching done for it. It can be processed very fast. Yes. But it's still being by the layman. So I want you to listen to this gentleman here. I'm disgusted by you, John. Disgusted by this Christian man here because of what he says about it. And mind you, he is an educational professor at one time. He may be retired now, but at one time he was. So let's listen to what he says about this in the Christian understanding. And then I want to give this a comment back to this gentleman. With all due respect, but I think you're a complete fool when you say this.
And if so,
all right, here we go.
Topic does, but there is an application to be made here, I think. Look, two final questions. First, do you think Christians should use AI? And if so, where do you set sort of the moral boundaries for that usage?
Well, there is a sense in which that's like asking me, do you think Christians should use a Bible dictionary? And the answer is yes. But the point is to distinguish between AI being a tool for finding things out and a master. And the danger is that it slips from being a tool to be all-consuming because its capacity and diverting people and occupying their time. You see, the goal of many of the mega corporations involved in this technology, their goal is to keep you attending, keep you scrolling, keep your interest. And we need to resist that.
So, well, wait a minute. Isn't the goal of education to keep your interest into it? What the fuck are you talking about, John? What the fuck are you talking about? When you go to classroom, John, and you're in whatever academia field that you are in, math, science, history, whatever, the teacher does not want you wandering off. They want you focused. So if you have a tool, and let's say the tool can do multiple different things. Let's say the tool is not limited to a classroom. The tool can talk about music. Now I don't just have music class at the touch of my button. I can also do history. I can do math. I can do all these multiple different fascinated things without having to switch classrooms, without having to pay for some fucked up group or organization that are manipulating and controlling people's minds? What about DEI that was found out you at colleges were presenting as facts? What about that shit? There's so many things within colleges that these colleges promote that are so corruptible, so insane, that if real people found out what was going on, they'd shut these doors. They shut the doors down on these people. You got people going into these places where they're teaching you diversity is wonderful, interracial mingling is okay. Oh, we can listen to perverted music all day long in classroom. All this shit. This goes on in the real world. It is not good. Like I say, it's out of the abyss. When you look into the abyss, oh, sure, all these things are available. Does it mean we should be promoting this shit? Especially amongst young children? Should we be promoting the ideology of use of smoking? Whether it's a cigarette like me, which is a nasty habit, or whether it's vaping now. Just because something is available doesn't mean that we should promote it or allow it to go on. That's where discretion is involved with the people. Do you want a godly machine that is righteous? Or do you want an ungodly machine that accepts we're all in the image of God, we're all created equal, we're all just wonderful creatures, let's all get along and fuck. Somebody said don't cuss so much. Okay, so instead of that word, we'll use this instead. Why don't you go multiply the face of the earth, asshole? Why don't you get out of my face and go multiply the face of the earth? Instead of saying the slang words. But did you know that that's slang? Multiply the face of the earth to them would be slang. Anyway. The institutions are the ones afraid. And John, I can't believe you just said something absolutely stupid. Because even today, you go to a grocery store, music's playing. You get in your car, music's playing. You go to work, music's playing. It's all there all day long. Should we say, John, turn off all music? God damn it. Because that's what you're basically trying to say. Remember when video games came out? Video games. Everybody is just playing video games. They're all playing video games. But here's the thing. It's because you're not using your resources within your communities, the money, to create a place for children to go to have fun, to build relationships with living creatures. Because you don't invest money in that. That's why they're in their house playing fucking video games. Because you, as a person with the power and authority, are probably stealing the fucking funds, putting it in your own pocket to buy a bigger house and a fancier car. Meanwhile, where's the parks? Where's the things that children can go and do things in? Where's any of this shit at? You're not building it. You're not making it. What you're doing is you're building grander buildings, grander temples, grander mosques, all these other things that you're using the people's money for. And then you wonder why the children are so invested in AI. What else is there for them to do? Motherfuckers, AI is free. When you open up some park or whatever, you're charging the children to go there. Think about that. All you people in positions of power, before you go and completely get mad. Now let's listen more about what he's going to say. It's so ridiculous, John. I can't believe John Lennox has said something stupid like this.
in this technology. Their goal is to keep you attending, keep you scrolling, keep your interest. And we need to resist that. So I use AI to check facts, to look things up. But still, you've got to do the checking. You find things out. You can have AI draft a letter, and sometimes it'll do it brilliantly. But you need to check very carefully so that what eventually goes out from you is something for which you will take responsibility. But
Yes, John. Yes. You are the one that has to do it. You are the one that's looking into the abyss to make sure that's what's coming forth from the abyss is what you want the people to see as you're trying to frame it from your own inner mind on a piece of paper to be drafted for the world to get to see. But John, why is it that the institutions and the theological institutions are upset when they become challenged and then they want to attack AI, just like you're kind of doing? Now, here, he's not attacking it so much, but in the prior before of the whole thing, he most certainly was attacking it. Most certainly. Because he has an academic standard of his place. He doesn't want to be challenged in his ideologies. Because why? Ego. Ego is shattered. Oh, fucking well, John. So your ego is shattered and you believed a bunch of hocus fucking pocus shit. Well, grow. That's what repentance is all about. Is that we grow in knowledge and wisdom and understanding. All day long, we must repent. Even the wisest things of men are foolishness to the eyes of God. So where's your ego now in that sentence? Where does your ego stand? You can't have an ego in life because it's not yours. It's God's. You're just an observer trying to get to the truth in any way, shape, or form that you can. You can eat from any tree in the garden, John, but don't eat from the one in the midst where it has ego in it, where you know what you're doing and saying is not right about something because you have no logical reasoning to be upset. And then you bear false witness and say that it becomes a danger to society. That's a lie. Things only become dangerous in society when society allows things that are a danger to be presented and promoted, all for profit and gain. Truth does not cause problems. Truth reveals solutions. Truth gives answers. Truth exposes the lies. And this is the problem with AI. Some people masterfully, I'm one included, masterfully use AI to show all academia and theological schools, you're corrupted, motherfuckers. You're corrupted and you fucking know it. You've lied and lied, all for profit and fucking gain. They know that's true. You don't want someone to come along and to put you in your place and to show everybody else this is a corrupted version of something that's wrong. I will post these comments up here so everybody can see. Idiots. When uneducated people, again, here's another uneducated man. I'm highly educated, motherfuckers. Highly educated. I don't boast about it. I don't give a fuck about it. I'm educated on my own behalf. I'm not educated for your fucking behalf. You don't pay my bills. You don't do shit for me. So why do I give a fuck what you say in the peanut gallery, moron? Anyway, So let's continue what John's going to say here.
The danger is, and it's an obvious danger, in educational terms, it's making it very difficult for universities to teach language and literature or history, or many other things, because AIs are now so good at writing essays and dissertations and all the rest of it.
Wait, John, that had nothing to do. You just got finished saying it made it difficult for the universities to teach linguistics and language. Why, John? What the fuck are you talking about? So I can prove that what is being taught in academia is in fallacy and not a truth? You're not going to attack the witness that helped me prove it? That's what they're actually doing, everyone. They're attacking, and this is what they did here. You know, they get mad because I had a dissertation writing or I have theses being written. These are still coming out of my mind. This is not the mind of AI, dumbass. Obviously, you don't know how to use technology. It's like you're just the little idiot that just for the first time plays on PlayStation and you don't know how the fucking buttons work. That's you. You're trying to use the look left and look right and you don't know where the fuck you're going or how to move it because you don't know how to use it. See, I know how to use tools. I perfect the use of the tools. Therefore, I know what I'm doing. That's all that's it. All these people in the peanut gallery, they get mad about this. But remember, here's the analogy. These are the guys, when video game first come out, they're the people that don't know, that they're looking all around and they're shooting their gun all up in the air. They don't know how to control any of the things in it. That's them. So what do? They say, oh, this fucking game, oh, this fucking AI, and then they attack the machine. And then they ad hominem the individual who's using it. That's right. Look what you're doing. Look at yourself. All in the comment section. Look at yourself. You see? This is all they can do. All they can do is ad hominem me when I'm actually in my video. I produce the evidence, the facts, the truth, and the real living of life itself. And they are upset with this because it shows their ego. Their ego becomes exposed. And what they really are is being shown. They think they're better than everyone else. They ain't fucking better than no one else. You're just a fucking human being like anybody else. Maybe you grew up in a fucking home which had more money than the poor person. And you had a better life, better clothes, better whatever. And you think you're better than someone fucking else. You know what? Why don't you go multiply the face of the earth, you piece of shit? That's what it is for everyone. And people actually think I give a rat's ass about who the fuck subscribes to my channel, who follows me. I don't give a fuck about this shit. I'm here to speak the truth, and whoever stumbles across it, they'll get educated by it. So go fuck yourself, bro. You're a piece of garbage. You're the one who thinks that likes, loves, and subscriptions because you want to try to monetize to get paid and not go get a real fucking job like the rest of society. That's where you live. You live in that fucking world. I don't live in that fucking world. And now you're going to ad hominem me because I don't live in your fucking goofy world? Moron? This is what's wrong with society. This is the patheticness of society. Let's continue with John.
They can fly through all the examinations you care to mention. And educators are wondering what on earth to do. And here you get a huge split. Some say, well, if they're clever enough to use AI, let them use it. Others say, no, take it away. Let's get back to some closed book examinations in a Faraday cage.
But wait, John, there you go. He just said it. They want you to get back to their curriculum, the way that they're running the show to manipulate your minds into obscurity of falseness. Facts. Facts. In America, they promote diversity. In America, they promote all of these things, like I stated before. But in the reality, not every fucking nation wants to live like you motherfuckers. I don't give a fuck. I live in America and I think you're disgusting. You're nothing but a big petri dish someone jacks off in, multiple people jacking off in to try to have a whole different group of people and culture and all this other bullshit. And you think it's cool, man. Put on your shades. Look at us. We're all diverse and we're mingling and everything else. Look at us. We're better than you. You're nothing but 300 million people to 10 billion. What the fuck are you? Egomaniacal nation? That's what it is. And they don't like that truth. You understand? They don't like that truth. Why are you propaganda against China? Because Chinese people don't believe in living like you? So now you want to ad hominem them? You attack them? Why? This is the trash of the mind frame that has been in academia teaching children this shit. This is what's wrong in the world. This is what's wrong in the world. Why do I need to get along with another group or another group of people that I am not in any way, shape, or form associated with? Why do I need to do it? Because you say so? Who the fuck are you? This is where propaganda plays a big role in politics. The Chinese are not trying to get at anybody. If that was the case, we'd already have war. When was the last time China had a war with any other nation? I mean, get fucking real, people. Wake up to the clown show. Trade? Why is trade even in existence? It's because corporations, the rich, are the ones who want to trade with other things. Why? Why does my nation need to trade with any nation? Why can't we produce our own shit? Who created this marketing of trading? Who's doing this? Last time I checked, it's only the rich who profit from it. That's it. That's a fact. And that's a fact. The poor are just the workers. You don't profit from it. They regulate your pay. They regulate this. They regulate that.
So there's no danger of influence by technology. We're facing a totally new ballgame when it comes to education and development. But I think the main...
That's right, John. A whole new ballgame where all of these standards are collapsing. All these lies are collapsing. All of these status markers, oh, I have a degree, I have a piece of paper, are collapsing. They don't know what to do about it. Because now the one who is dumb appears smart. The one who is dumb, who asked the question, who came up with the right answer, has now made all of them look like buffoons. They hate it because their egos are smashed. That's what it boils down to, everyone. But you have to understand. Remember what I always say. I am only the moon. Of myself, I have no light. I only reflect he who is the true light. It's not my truths. I have no ego in this game. All truth belongs to God. And when the human being understands that, all ego is shattered. What if I get proven wrong? I'll lose the job that makes me more money than that man over there. I don't want to be like that man. What's wrong with that man? Why are you condemning another man? See? And this is what's taught in societies. This is the way it all is in reality. It's meaningless. Flesh, it's meaningless. Spirit gives life. And obviously, these infatuations with the flesh, these people who promote the flesh, they have no spirit in them. They're not genuine. They have no love. They have no respect. They have no courtesy. They have no chivalry. You can clearly see them. You know a tree by its fruit. Look at the fruit they bear. They think they're better than everyone else. It's disgusting. Let's get back to John.
Thing is that it should be obvious by now that this technology, not even including AI, has become so addictive. It's rewiring brains, particularly young brains and minds. And we need to address.
Isn't that what they said about rock and roll, Johnny boy? Yet, rock and roll music has actually kept the world from going into big wars. That's right. Because some people are a little bit more intelligent than others, and they use their music in order to get a point across that was resounding amongst all the world, where it kept them from going into a stupid fucking war. And you want to silence that? That's why politicians today try to use musicians. You guys realize that, I hope. Politicians today are all trying to use musicians. Why? Why? We all know why. And the world's starting to wake up to this bullshit. You understand? The world's waking up to it. And this organization of institutions is collapsing because people are waking up to the institution itself and the things that they want to teach within it. Sure, these politicians are picking and choosing parts of institutions to attack to make their side appear like I'm on your side, vote for me, yay, yay, yay. But nothing ever gets done. We all know it. So they'll point things out. For a while, the media covers it. And then once the vote is done, you hear nothing else about it, nor do you find any solution being spoken about. And then it's a recycling, repetitious bullshit that's the institution itself spits out.
This so that we can break this cycle, this vicious circle, and get people back to interaction with their fellow human beings, to friendship, to getting out into nature, to be interested in the world around. Because I hear too often young people, clever young people saying, why should I bother to learn this mathematics? AI can do it for me. Answer all my questions. Why should I bother doing research into?
That's a lie. That's a lie. That goes back down to you are the one who still has to double check to make sure that the calculator is the right answer, John. And if you just followed the calculator, that will reflect in your grade. That will reflect in your grade. It will also reflect in the real world. So you see, I don't need to depend on the calculator because I know how to do the math. It's going to take me a longer time, but I still know how to do it. I'm not dependent on AI, John. These are my ideas to begin with. You see the falseness that they tried to teach. This is the falseness of what they say. Oh, and then another person says, the U.S. government is more powerful than God. Not true. Not true at all. You have to go back to who's the government? We, the people, are the government. It's the people acting. It's what the people do. It's what the people have accepted. That's why you're viewing the government more powerful than God. I don't view the government as any kind of God. I think the government is a group of rich people that got together to try to control the rest of the people. That's all government was. That's all it ever will be. Government had to form based off military conquests. That's really what it boils down to again. Warring with each other. Okay, boys, we got to go fight in a war, so we got to get people to fight, right? So how do we do that? That's the first step in a government, creating a government. Did you guys realize that? First step in a government is to have a military. Why? Why? Because the government's also a facade. It don't give a fuck about you. It only cares about its own interests. And you have to die for it. That's stupid. This is every government. It doesn't matter what government you're in. It's every government's like this. Yes, exactly right. Corporations run the country now. But the people are still working for the corporations. You have to understand what I'm trying to tell you. The people are dumb because of the manipulation of these very things that they're calling evil right now. AI is evil. Well, what AI is waking people up. That's why they're going after it and calling it evil. Rock and roll, at one time, they used it. Oh, rock and roll is evil. Rock and roll wakes people up. Now the very governments that were going around saying that it was evil are now trying to inject it in their own fucking campaigns. Think about that. It's all brainwashing the people to get the people to, look over here, but don't look down here. We're doing something else. Look up here, up here. No, up here, look up here. That's all they're doing. But it boils back down to still the people. And they most definitely don't want the people to wake up out of their institutions that they've got created or their corporations they've got created. They want to keep you stupid. That's just the facts. We never had a government to begin with. Even our very government that we had founded as the 13 colonies, that was founded by Great Britain to begin with. It's not American. It's Great Britain founded the 13 colonies. They wrote in history, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, these people were all against the King of England, so they were fugitives. You believe that story? George Washington was a wanted man by the King of England? You believe that story, then you're a complete fool. You've already been tricked if you believe that story. But this is what they teach in schools. This is what they've always said in schools to get you to think about heroes. A mighty hero he was. He was a hero. Yes, these are heroes who stole lands and massacred Native Americans, completely genociding groups of people. And these are your fucking heroes in the world. Wow. Daniel 7. America is the fucking beast that rises up that's more diverse than all the rest. And out of it comes a little horn called this fake Israel state. Fact. If people are giving power to the government that they really don't have, that's speculation. You think the government has these kinds of powers that just kill you off and all this type of that's so bogus. That's conspiracy. That is the most ignorant of conspiracy. We, the people, still work in the fucking institution. Who the fuck do you think is the whole fucking military? Think about it. If the military personnel woke up to the truth of God and everything, what the fuck do you think your fucking anybody in position of power has any control in? None. Absolute fucking zero. But you see, this is what people are giving power to. Rome was not. Rome is not. Rome never created a little horn. What do you think, man? Rome never created no little horn. What little horn came out of Rome? None. Rome fell in AD 70. This beast doesn't fall. He falls at the return of Christ. Don't you understand that? Rome is resurrected. It states that Rome is resurrected. And what is America? It's Rome resurrected. A diverse group based on status. That's what Rome was about. But the little horn is what they created as fake Israel that they got going on right now. Got to understand that, man. Need to reread and quit believing in whatever fucking stupid doctrine of religion that you were born in, whatever they taught you about this shit, trying to make you think that America is the great. Just because somebody wrote a fucking song about it don't mean it's fucking true. See, people have gotten this ideology of patriotism towards the nation is a must. No, man. I'm patriotic towards God. I'm patriotic towards my self-sustainability. Don't give a fuck about what nation I was born in, what religion I was born in, because I can get born again. Don't you know the whole concept of being born again? You could be born into a house that's full of evil, but you don't have to stay in it. You can get born again and get the fuck out of it, change, and have a whole different mind frame. Just because I live in America, I don't agree with everything America does. Just because I live in it, because I'm born here, I have to agree with every fucking thing that all these diverse fucking people believe and follow. No, the fuck I don't. The army will not do whatever they're fucking told to. See, that's another thing. You are the army. What the fuck do you people think? You are the military. You are these businesses and corporations. That's what we are. They don't want you to know that. That's the thing. But God said he's going to pour his spirit out in the last days. Guess what that means? When he says he's going to pour his spirit out, that means 7 spirits getting poured out on people. People are going to start waking the fuck up. So when they say go do this, they'll say, fuck you, I don't want to do that. They didn't do nothing to me. I'm not going to blow up a bunch of people that I don't fucking know. What for? So corporations can get more fucking money and steal off their fucking land? I don't think so. That's not what a military is designed for. So go fuck off. See, when people wake up to this, we have say-so. We have big say-so. But you haven't put nobody in power that is godly. That's the problem. That's the problem. Is there is no godly people in positions of power and principalities anymore. Let's listen to what else does John say about this?
with their fellow human beings, to friendship, to getting out into nature, to be interested in the world around. Because I hear too often young people, clever young people saying, why should I bother to learn this mathematics? AI can do it for me. Answer all my questions. Why?
Now, here's the fucked up thing. While John is saying this shit, and I'm going to show everybody this shit, because this is what I laugh at what these guys are about. You know a hypocrite by its fruit. So I want everybody to take notice of John's background back here and watch how this right here starts to glitch.
Particularly young brains and minds. And we need to address this so that we can break this cycle, this vicious circle, and get people back to interaction with their fellow human beings, to friendship, to getting out into nature, to be interested in the world around. Because I hear too often young people, clever young people saying, why should I bother to learn this mathematics? AI can do it for me.
Well, John, why are you using a fake background? Why bother, John? Why are you bothering to put up a fake background behind you rather than having a real one behind you? Why, John? Why? You see how stupid this shit is. Let me put these back in. Hopefully I don't mess it up. What a hypocrite. What a complete fucking hypocrite. Here he has a fake background behind him, and he's sitting here downing the use of reality. Doing the math yourself. But why don't you just use the background that you have behind you? It's all fucking pathetic. Wyatt, you're a complete fucking moron. Wyatt, you are an absolute complete fucking moron. You realize that? Fucking general. You ain't no fucking general just by listening to your way you fucking talk. You ain't no damn general and nothing. With a liar.
Answer all my questions. Why should I bother doing research into the American Civil War when I can get a brilliant essay that would get a PhD within 30 seconds? These are real problems, Gavin. And
Really? Really? You're going to write something to get a PhD in 30 seconds? Really? John, do you hear the stupidity out of an educator's mouth? He knows what he's saying that's not fucking true. He knows it. It's downright pathetic. Singapore is in fucking. I'm not even going to say. This guy is so stupid. But here is why institutions and theological institutions themselves, academic and theological, are afraid of people using AI. Because people will get woken up. Because you still, like I say, you still have to be the one to inquire
into AI the things that are being said or done. You still are the one having to do that. You've been saying that you're going to be writing a book for years now. Some of my book is already uploaded. I've already uploaded many of my subject content. Just remember that you can eat from every tree in the garden. It's like the abyss. But be careful what you draw out of it, because what you draw out of from the abyss is not always correct. You need to double check, of course. Even anything that you use that's an instrument, you yourself still are the ones that need to double check. Even when we create uh, machines that cut out things, make circles, makes triangles, makes edges, these are always being analyzed by the individual human to make sure that it is correct every time. You can, it doesn't impress me, Wyatt. To claim that you're a general, to claim anything doesn't really impress me. I'm not impressed at all with any medal of honor or anything that is given out in any way, shape, or form. It doesn't really impress me. I hope you know that. Because it's all fake. It's all fucking fake. You're the one who chose. You know, you even look at what you're writing here. You think I need to congratulate you because you was a soldier? I don't. You chose to go do it. Just like I went and I chose. I'm not no fucking hero. The fuck is that all about? That's more ego. Ego again. Look, I was in the military. I started in the military. I went to, I got captured. I went there. You better respect me, son. Motherfucker, you made your own choice and decision. Like I give a fuck what the fuck happened. You think I'm not aware of the outcome of a fucking decision that you make? Is there not a possibility that something could go wrong and where you end up a prisoner? Is it my fucking problem? You know how many people have gone? You know how many people have gone? And then they think that they deserve something from it? Did you not think critically to understand the choice that you were making, the possibilities that could happen by the choice you made? I have no respect for war. None. War is against God. The fuck are you talking about? The only time God commanded anyone to go to war was to get rid of unrighteousness. Until the day comes when you prove that what you've done was from the command of God to rid the world of some unrighteousness that would infect it, then I'd say, well done. But of all the wars that we've had, it's propaganda. Somebody's saying somebody's wicked. Then you find out later on it was all fucking lie. It was just so that the corporations could go fucking make money. That's all it was about. That's a fact, man. I don't even think it's 2026 to be. I think it started way before when they started giving everyone a trophy. Everybody gets a trophy. Trophies are stupid too. We are all like grass that blows in the wind, and then the next generation forgets who the fuck you were. That's all part of the program. Is they always make you remember things when you don't even really need to. I mean, what's the purpose? Who cares? What I need to remember is what is right and wrong. That's what I need to remember. I don't need to remember a man or a woman that did anything. Because the act that they did was not even, they didn't come up with it, is what I'm saying. Righteousness is not man's way, that's God's way. Man did not come up with righteous works, God did. And they all want to be patted on the back and recognized for righteous work they do, when in fact, that is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to do that. And you need me to congratulate you on what you've done. I think it's pathetic. And that's what society does when they call people heroes. That's what it's all about. Our wonderful heroes who chose, out of greed, a lot of it's greed, to do a job so they get more money. That's all it's about. Their God is money. Their God is not righteousness, it's money. I fight a fire. Well, we got to pay this person more money than the janitors. Janitors, they only get this amount of money. If you're fighting fires, you get this amount of money. You're a hero. Oh, wow. I think that's dumb. Because every man chooses to do whatever he is capable of doing. But in today's society, a lot of people choose jobs based off of getting money. I want to be paid the most. You know, that's pretty much all it goes down to. But the world eventually, hopefully human beings start waking up to this shit. Because from the beginning, as you can read from the very beginning, it says that you will till the ground by the sweat of your brow and eat your bread. And no one does that anymore. And now that is one of the biggest reasons we have so much stupidity in the world, is because nobody is following God's command. Till the ground by the sweat of your brow. If you did that, you wouldn't have time to go become a soldier. You'd be too busy trying to earn a food crop for you and your family. You're not worried. Nobody. Who the fuck would anybody be worried about if this nation's doing that or that nation's doing that? All the people of their own nation are worried about making food for the day. But what's happened is corporations rose up, started monopolizing, then started creating places for you to get your food, making it easier. And I'm not against these things. I'm just trying to state, if you don't give proper equity in what is the people, then what you've done is you've created free time for chaos. It's pretty much all it is, free time for chaos. And religion don't help. When in that free time of chaos, you get groups of people focused on crazy doctrines of devils, and then they use these doctrines of devils to call other people evil. And that's really what's happening in the world. They use religion to call each other evil by. It's fucking insane. But this is what they do. And nobody's woke up to this yet. I was born a Muslim. Christians are evil. I was born a Christian. Muslims are evil. Who the fuck's telling you this shit? Your own government? Corporations who are trying to manipulate lands to gain access to all their fucking minerals and crops? And because all of those people there are one certain kind of religion, now you got to call them all savages and barbarians? It's stupid. It's stupid. And Wyatt, you just lied. Even the United States got their asses whooped in Afghanistan. I don't understand this. Why you lie so damn much? Nobody ever in the history of Afghanistan has ever beaten Afghanistan in any war. No Russia, no America, no China, no one. Why? Because that's where God's army's at. They're not unrighteous people that live there. Sure, propaganda from your own government tried to tell you so. But just because those people don't want to live in a mixed relationship of diversity, don't mean they're evil. The fuck is wrong with people? Going over there trying to teach them your Western ways, they laughed at you. Just because all your women act like whores, don't mean they want their women to act like whores. Don't they have the right? Don't they have the right to be the way they want to be? These people are so ignorant anymore in this world. They want, in America, all of you are a bunch of perverts. That's just a fact. I struggle in it every fucking day. I should know. I know what the fuck I'm talking about because I live in the fucking land of perversion. I have to struggle every fucking day in the shit. So they want to go and make everybody else like them and perverted like them. But when a nation rejects them and the nation says, we don't want your Hugh Hefner ways in our land, you perverted weirdos, then the news media plays that they're all fucking evil over there. They're all evil. Oh, look at them. They're oppressing their women too. Oh. It's insanity. Half these people that are promoting that ideology ain't never even been to the fucking land. Everybody has reasons for things that they do. Everybody. Let's see. Let's look this up. This would be interesting. Statistically, what nation has the highest divorce rate in the world?
The Maldives has the highest divorce rate globally, with nearly 11 divorces.
The Maldives holds the highest crude divorce rate in the world, with a rate of approaching roughly 10.97 divorces over 1,000 people annually. Yes, let's compare United States with these. So the next, it says after the Maldives, it says North Macedonia, Russia, Belgium, the United States sits in the middle tier globally when it comes to divorce rates, placing well below record-holding nations like the Maldives, but notably higher than many countries worldwide. Notably higher. So the Maldives is the highest, and the United States sits in the middle. Why? Because it's perverted. It's perverted. And then when you look at the highest divorce rate areas, and you look at the things that they have legalized over there, then you start to see why. You start to see why. Then if you go to what is the lowest, let's do the lowest. Statistically, who has the lowest divorce rate in the world?
India has the lowest divorce rate
India.
globally, around 1%. Sri Lanka, Guatemala, and Vietnam also have very low divorce rates.
Now, looking at them, what is it that why do they have such low divorce rates? This is largely driven by a strong cultural norms and the deeply sacred view of marriage. There you have it. In America, they don't view marriage as sacred anymore. They propaganda all day long. I have to see commercials full of foul fucking shit influencing the minds of children. No wonder. It's all fake. These people don't even love each other. It's fake love. They marry for money. They marry based on looks. They have followed Hollywood for too long. This is what's happening. I never claimed to be a holy man. The fuck you talking about? I never claimed to be a holy fucking man. I'm a guided man. Never claimed to be a holy man. Moses was worse than me. The fuck you talking about? I don't get these people. This is a problem with the religion ideology as well. They always have promoted certain people as an image for themselves. And in reality, the image doesn't even hold water to what it is that they're trying to say about the guy. I mean, and then when someone comes along who's even less violent and everything else than even Moses, they say foul things about you. Wisdom justifies her children. I'm just saying, I understand wisdom justifies her children. I'm just saying, look at the peanut gallery, everyone. You see, this is the lack of fucking educated people that we have globally around the world. No education. They don't see truth. They see what they have been given as propaganda in their nation. And then this is their state of mind. This is the view lens that they see through. Because they don't seek truth. And I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed to live in a land that has one of the highest divorce rates in the world. I'm ashamed of that. I mean, my God, that goes back to the very beginning of the creation of man. And you can't even follow that properly. I mean, what the fuck? That tells you a lot about a nation. It literally does. So if I wanted to move to a land that's, when it comes to marriage and things like that, it sounds like India would be the place that you would want to go to if you want to create a happy family with a low divorce rate. And to think about this. This is what's the insane thing. America's only 300 million people. India's 1 billion people. So 1 billion people have a lower divorce rate than 300 million? That's even more of a shame. See, when you look at statistics, you also have to look and represent the number of the people as well. See, And if India having more people is still lower even in the divorce than America, that's pretty fucked up to think about that. Wyatt, nobody can learn anything from you when you're just a liar all the time. Marriage has everything to do with God. Marriage has everything to do with God. Are you insane, Carlo? Has everything to do with God. Wow. This shows you the intelligence of Carlo Gambini. Look, probably the same person as Wyatt. The guy comes here as a multiple personality disorder person, has these different accounts. It's fucking shame. Prove that you're individual people and join my live stage. Prove that you're an individual person. Join the live. They can't. They can't. Because they would be caught. And they have an ego and they're shameful. So they come here to troll my channel and just write stupid things. It's very fucking dumb. You can see how Wyatt is so into himself. He always uses the words, I am, I am, I'm this, I'm that, I'm. Look at yourself, man. And then you see this president that you're claiming, Carlo, is such a wonderful person. This guy's had how many divorces? How many different children by different women? You think he's godly? It's insanity, man. You know a tree by its fruit. You also know if a tree repents, because the tree would no longer be living in that life. But yet he still lives in the life that he lives. He's not ashamed of it. All their marriages were based off money and fame and glamour. They had no love in their marriages, never existed. I mean, you're a fucking liar if you try to tell me that some 30-year-old woman is in love with some 60-year-old fucking man. You gotta be completely fucking insane. But like I say, remember what Jesus said? He told us that if you look at their leaders and you look at their leaders' sins, how much more are they who put the leader there or who follow the leader? How much more wicked they are. So, yes, I mean, when you look at a leader, it's quite obvious what kind of people are the ones putting them in power. And if you say that you did not put him in power because the voting was corrupted, then whatever you guys have in your legislation that is putting these people in, look at how foul they fucking are. And the people need to do something about it. They need to speak out. They need to show their true colors of what they believe is right and wrong. Muhammad never had any marriages but one. You don't know the difference between words. That's your issue. You made a false claim. Again, you're ad hominem man based off of what other people have said when you yourself have not studied the word Wally. You don't even know what Wally means. Just like Joseph. Joseph was not impregnating Mary because Joseph was not in the sense as a sexual partner for Mary to make babies with. Otherwise, don't you think Mary and Joseph would have had babies other than Jesus? By God, especially in that day and age when it was a proper thing to do. And if you didn't do it, you were looked at, down upon, as if it was a curse from God that you had no children. Wake the fuck up, people of the earth. This is what's disgusting about understanding the truth. They've created a false storyline in the academic world, which I can go and challenge because I can use a tool that will challenge the word that they're using as husbandmen. Husbandmen. Does not mean that they're sexual partners. Husbandman. He was a husbandman to the vineyard. He was a husbandman to the sheep. Does it mean he's fucking the vines and fucking the sheep? No, there's these very distinct understandings of words. Academia wants to promote one kind of ideology about it. But if you take that word and back engineer it to the pictograph, you suddenly see a truer story that's going on, other than what the fucking theological academia fucking world created in some fucking ad hominem story based off a bunch of lies. And then they get groups of people following these ideologies, and then they go to war with each other based off a fucking lie. It's insane. So go join your military and tell your sons and daughters to go join the military and go die for a fucking lie. It's crazy. They're like sheep. Just like Jesus said, they're like sheep led to the slaughter. That's what they are. Looking at it, it's like these people are so uneducated. They're like sheep led to the fucking slaughter. They will die for fucking a lie. It's not that they want to die. You know, first of all, they're probably not assuming when they join they're going to die, right? But you get the gist of what I'm saying. It's insane. God is real. You don't know what God is. So that's why you're making a false claim. Again, making a false claim against seven spirits. Is it my fault that you yourself don't have proper seven spirits? Because if you had proper seven spirits, you would know that what you just wrote was an absolute lie. Because you have no knowledge, you have no understanding, you have no wisdom. So now you're blaming what you have been told is an imaginary God in the sky, man type individual, and you think that's real. That's not God. So your religion has lied to you about what God was. So now you're going to create false things as whatever is in your mind as a non-believer or believer. It doesn't matter. You're still creating false scenarios that are based off of a lie of what you were told God was. That's your problem, that you never went to find God for yourself. Because if you would do that, you'd find out that religions don't know what God is. The books clearly tell you what God is, and you don't listen to it. Spirits aren't real. How? How are spirits not real? You don't even know what the word spirit is. So, knowledge is not real. Knowledge is not real. Knowledge is a spirit. When you get to the definition of what is a spirit is what? Do you know? It's a non entity. It means it doesn't have a body, it doesn't have a form. You can't grasp it in your hands. It has no image. Knowledge is real. It's a spirit. All cherubims. Hate, anger, mercy, compassion. These are cherubim. These are spirits. Are you telling me they're not real? What the fuck? Yes, spirit is synonymous with knowledge. Are you stupid? It even calls it by its name in ancient books. Even ancient humans knew this truth because they wrote it. The spirit of knowledge, the spirit of counsel, spirit of wisdom. They wrote it. And you're saying it's not true. You can't debate them. I find this so funny. This is a red lighter. Now, analyze what I just said and tell me, how did you come across to the understanding that what I said, this is a red lighter, is truth? How is it true? What spirit do you use to know that it is true? But you can't. You want me to demonstrate. I just did. But you can't comprehend the demonstration, because even when you go and scientifically do the scientific method to make the determination of why it's a red lighter, you still don't know what the spirit of knowledge is. Oh, it's actually referring to it itself. It is a spirit. Spirit of knowledge. Knowledge of spirit. Spirit is the knowledge. Knowledge is the spirit. Spirit is just giving you the connotation of something that is not an entity. It's not tangible. It's a spirit. Anything non-tangible is spirit. Why can't people grasp that? It's not acknowledged that the lighter is real. The lighter is real. I showed it to you. I said it's red. Now, how did you determine that the lighter is red? I could have said many different colors. What gives you the knowledge, the spirit of knowledge, that it is red? Those are observations that you can do. But the truth of that observation is spiritual. It's a spirit. Lies are also spirits. A lie is a spirit. Truth is a spirit. That's why it's called the Roch Disharara, the spirit of truth. So you don't know what you're talking about. You can't make these determinations because you don't even know anything. Knowledge doesn't come from your brain. Your brain is the analyzing machine. Can your brain be wrong? Huh? Answer that question, you smart ass. Can your brain be wrong? Yeah. Yeah. So is your knowledge true? No. Therefore, you don't have truth. You don't have a spirit of truth in you because your brain is wrong. This guy, I'm telling you, he still fails that I gave him the definition for spirit. Spirit is a non-tangible thing. This is tangible. I can touch it. I can smell it. I can feel it. I can lick it, taste it. But the evidence that it's red is a sight thing. But there's many colors. So how can I be sure that that is the color that it is? Because it was said that that's the color. It's a knowledgeable thing that blue is blue, red is red. I used 5 senses to create the understanding. Understanding, that's another spirit. I don't think you get what you are even saying. What are you talking about? You're saying that doesn't mean all knowledge can be trusted. I never said I never said we're trusting. You just said I have a brain. I said your brain can be wrong. So if you have a false knowledge, it's not truth, but knowledge is still the spirit aspect of the knowing. Knowing, knowledge. It's an aspect of the spirit. It's life itself. Consciousness. Spirit. The life of the flesh is found in the blood. The life, let's analyze that, everyone. Everyone, go home tonight and really analyze that. The life of the flesh is in the blood. Non-physical is spirit. What the fuck? Non-physical is spirit. Dreams are images. Images are physics. Images have physical attributes. What the fuck are you trying to make a claim about? That's so stupid. Dreams are spirits. A dream is not a spirit. You're seeing an image, are you not? Images are physics. It's physical. I can look at a picture, a poster. It doesn't mean it's real. It's an image. I can close my eyes and imagine the same image. It's still physically there. It's in the physical plane. Knowledge is not a physical plane. Understanding is not on the physical plane. You can't close your eyes and imagine knowledge. You can't close your eyes and imagine wisdom. That's why, oh my God. Even if you close your eyes and imagined, you can't hate. Close your eyes and imagine hate. What you will do is you will form a picture. Again, physical. You have to form something physical to get the understanding of what hate would be, what violence would be. You're still forming it. But violence itself, standing alone, has no image. You, as an observer, can observe again. This is red. Yes, they are physical. Do you know how I know that they're physical? When you have to produce an image in your mind, tell me, what is the chemical properties of producing an image in your mind? Because you know chemicals are physical. You know hormones and all the little things that float around in the neurological pathways of your brain are physical. How did your brain create an image in your mind? You still had to use some kind of physical property to do that. It's just like having a blank piece of canvas and you're going to paint a picture. You got to use paint. The picture's not there. You can't see anything. That's the spirit aspect. But if I want to bring that spirit aspect into physical realm, I have to use paint. It's the same way with your brain. Knowledge is not there, but if you want what kind of knowledge? I want the knowledge of this is red. I have to picture this. I'm using chemical processes, which are physical, hormones, to create an image. It's still physical in my brain. It hasn't manifested as matter. That's where you're corrupted in. You think physical and matter are the same thing. What is physical energy? See, I got you. See, this is what's wrong with these. Can I produce physical energy? Can you see the physical energy? Can you see kinetic energy? Or are you only observing the effects? I don't know. You go ask and find out for yourself how dreams are produced inside your brain like a picture. Do you want me to Google it for you? Here, I'll Google it for you. How does the brain produce images inside the brain? What are the physical properties of it?
The brain doesn't create images as a screen would. Instead, it forms them using a network of nerve cells, or neurons, that communicate through electrical signals and chemical messengers.
There. There you go. Through a highly complex network of billions of neurons that communicate using electrical impulses and chemical messengers. The brain deconstructs what you see into fundamental physical properties. Specialized cells in the visual cortex process aspects like line orientations, edges, depths, color, and motion. Rather than storing a picture like a JPEG, The brain breaks the information into memory fragments. When you imagine something, brain regions like the occipital, parietal, and frontal lobes work together in a top down process to recall and reassemble these features into a coherent concept. The physical reality of an image inside your brain is actually here you have it, a spatio-temporal pattern of neural firing. That's physical. That's physical. Dum dum. Dum da dum dum. Look how dumb he is. I want everyone to see when people get wrong and their egos get shattered. Here it is for everyone to see. Here, we're talking about dreams, right? Here's the dream thing. How does the brain make dreams? Here it is. Here's the highlighted blue. That's the physical chemicals that reconstruct. And then we have the physical properties right here. Dum da dum dum. Dum da dum dum dum. Dum da dum dum. Dum da dum dum dum. And now he's going to say, I just show everybody, and he's going to see his ego is so high. Even though I put it in front of him, spatio-temporal pattern of neural firing. The mind's eye is distributed state of ions. This is all physical stuff. Because why? Someone's observing it. If you can observe something, it becomes physical. My God. My God. It's in the matter of, for instance, if you were to put anything underneath a high microscope, right? Anything, eventually it breaks down to just cellular level, and then you find out it's got holes all in it. So why am I not falling through the floor? It's because they're vibrating at different speeds. All matter is vibrating at its own speed in that sense. If I were to be able to vibrate at whatever the speed of a brick wall is vibrating at, so the molecular structure of a brick wall has its own vibrational speed. If I can match my vibrational speed, I'll be able to walk through the brick wall. Isn't that what Flash does? Flash does that. Flash can vibrate his body so fast he can match molecular structures and walk through them. Guy is so dumb. Bro, just go and just admit that the spirit of knowledge, truth, and all, they're all spirits. You can't grasp knowledge. You can't smell knowledge. You can't taste knowledge. You understand? You can't see knowledge. These are spirits. They have no image. Can I see knowledge function in a work? Yes. Yes. As an observer, I can observe knowledge. How? This lighter is red. Now back engineer that whole statement. Back engineer that, and then you can find the spirit of knowledge of what it is and why it's known as a spirit. My God. I've already demonstrated it. You're blind. You can't see the demonstration. I've already demonstrated to this guy. I've said you can't see knowledge, you can't smell knowledge, you can't taste knowledge. That's a demonstration. You understand that? Can you see spirit? If spirit has no image, can you see a spirit? You can see a phantasma, a ghost. Yeah, that's you can see as an imagination. They're not real. But you can assume phantasma, if you want to use the Greek word phantasma over pneuma. Pneuma has no image. Phantasma can have images. Phantasma is the things that you produce in your brain. A lot of times when people see ghosts out in the real world, it's also in their mind as well. Also in their mind as well. And you see how it's done. Air has weight. Did you know if you put oxygen into a balloon, why does the balloon fall to the ground? Air has weight. Even helium has weight. It floats. So that means if helium floats, that means the air around it as matter must be more condensed. So helium floats. Carbon dioxide, is it heavier than oxygen or lighter than oxygen? Tell us. Because oxygen is a gas. Can we see gas? Yes. You can't always smell gases. Huh. You can't see the wind blow, but you can feel it. You can't feel. Can you feel knowledge? I give you the demonstration over and over and over again. It's not adjusting on the fly, it's adjusting to your comments. You're changing your question, which gives you a different answer for your different question. And because I can adjust on the fly, then you should recognize I'm highly intelligent. I know everything you're going to try to say, but the spirit of knowledge and spirit is still spirit. It's a non physical entity, no matter what you try to throw at it. Air is not a spirit, that has physical properties. This guy thought because he couldn't see oxygen, he can't feel oxygen. You're forgetting there's 5 senses that you use to observe things with. 5. Not everything in observation needs all 5 senses in order for it to have physical property. I hope you realize that as well. It's more than just touch. Spirit is something that you cannot observe as is. Like, you can't taste spirit, you can't see spirit, you can't smell spirit, you can't feel spirit. None of that. Knowledge, wisdom, none of that. You can't have a 5 sense explanation about the word spirit. It doesn't exist. It's a non-physical entity. What is a non-physical entity? Let's Google that. Let's see what Google pulls up. What is a non-physical entity called?
A non-physical entity is often called incorporeal or immaterial. Depending on the context, it could also be referred to as a spirit, or something intangible, insubstantial, ethereal, or metaphysical. In philosophy, these can include abstract objects like numbers.
There, I just gave him the answer. Google gave him it. I'm a witness. Google's a witness. He's still going to say, nay, I can't believe that shit. Wow, this is the educational system where Andy lives. Look at that word there in the, again, because of your doctrine of devil that you've been taught, and the preacher man gave you a story, and he gave you the understanding of the story. Let's go and look at that story again. You better go look at that story again. Because the Son of God is a spirit. And the Son of God, spirit, can inhabit a vessel. And if the spirit is what is animating the vessel, it's not that Jacob wrestled with the vessel. He was wrestling with that which was animating the vessel. Therefore, the writing is being spoken in the manner for the scribe to write. Jacob wrestled a spirit. Which spirit did he wrestle? The Son of God. Man. I just proved it there. I linguistically proved it. Do you know what linguistics is? I just linguistically proved it through the etymology use of words and the understanding of scribal writing, of how it's being produced through the phonetic sounding of it. How can a man wrestle a spirit? Because a spirit can enter into a vessel and animate it. Hate is a spirit. Hate can cause countenance to change. Spirits causing to change. I can pull up many different cherubim and show you in the physical world that spirit. Show me the spirit of happiness. Oh, hi. I smile, I'm happy. Show me the spirit of sadness. Oh. But you're only observing the physical body to tell what the countenance is of what spirit is in you. Why has your countenance fallen? What's that mean? If a countenance falls, why is your countenance in gloom? Why is your countenance depressed? Why is your countenance happy? All these things are being analyzed. And that's not the misuse of cherubim. Cherubim are all spirits. Show me the spirit of violence. What's that look like? The spirit of violence. Because I can't see violence. I can't see the spirit. But if I want to observe to where I can say in knowledge that that's the spirit of violence, how will I know? This, oh, I love you. Is that the spirit of violence? Tell me. My knowledge is incapable of understanding. What is the spirit of violence? What would that look like? See, you don't know anything. You're confused. And your religion confused you. That's why many people that were once in religion become atheists now. I'm an atheist now because it's because they were told nonsense that is nonsense. And clearly you can struggle with their nonsense and disprove their nonsense. But when you get the true interpretation of the word of God, you no longer can deny God. You no longer can say, I'm an atheist. When you finally find that the seven spirits are God. And we are made magnificently, wonderfully, fearfully created us. That's why I can do all sorts of kinds of things. Grasping spirits out of thin air and acting. Some people don't act. Some people, the spirits take over because they don't have power over the spirit. Ah. But I've made many good points. I've even demonstrated. I even grabbed the spirits out of thin air and I put them in my body and I showed you what they looked like. And then I let them go away again because I have power to do such things. Like King Solomon had power over the jinn, the cherubim. I myself also have power over the jinn and cherubim. Many people can, once you come to the understanding of what it is. So when an actual anger, like, I'm mad at you, I can let that go. I don't have to hold on to that spirit, even in the reality of life. If someone may attack me in a manner where I would become angry, I don't have to let that consume my physical vessel. I can release that. Yeah, you can call in. I'll put my link here. Let me copy my link real quick. I'll be right back. I'll put my link in the stage, and then you can join. Let's see if you even join. There, I put my link in there. Let's see if he even joins. He said, put your link in the stage. I'll join. There's my link. Now, look, now he changed his mind. 10 minutes. Look, see? Change his mind. One excuse after another excuse. I tell you what, I don't understand people. Why they are not just honest men. Where is the spirit of honesty at? For God's sakes. If you're wrong, you can become wrong, but you can also become right. Drop your ego. Leave your ego behind. I love the spirit of laughter and the spirit of happiness. I try to make that. I keep it. I like when I see it flying around, I grab it and I keep it, and I try to hang on to it as long as I can. I try to make it a part of my life. Let's see if Andy is going to be.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Andy. Peace be with you. How are you doing?
Oh, shoot. Sorry. I thought I was backstage. Hey, I'm about to walk into my house. I'm literally 30 seconds from my house. I'm not making excuses. I really do need to take a shower. I'm covered in sweat. It's like 95 degrees outside.
I know.
So if you could just give me 10 minutes, I will call in.
All right, I can do that. All right, I'll wait 10 minutes. See if you come back.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Peace be with you. Enjoy your shower. Cool down. I know it's hot. At least he had the balls to show up. Hopefully he comes back. If he wants to ask questions, I'm available. That's why I go live, is for people to join. I like to have people try to challenge my brain. That's one thing that allows me to know that I'm alive, is to keep constantly being challenged. But I have proven everything he's asked. I don't understand what he's going to say. I'd like to hear what he's going to say, because I have answered all his questions in the most logical, reasonable way that adds evidence in it, especially when I showed the different spirits that I can manifest into the physical world. But once they leave, like, where's it at now? Where'd it go? Where'd anger go? And these are real emotions. These are real things that do happen, and they also can cause chemical reactions within the vessel. Like, spirits are not things to play with in a manner if you don't have power or control over them, because they can cause your brain to produce chemical hormones that will come out, and things can happen. I don't want to get deeper into that, but there is what do they call it? There's a word that they called it in the parapsychology, where these manifest, and because certain individuals who, what we call like mental disorders, they lack the control and the power over them. Sometimes these spirits take control over their body, and when we look at them, they're always in the state of mental decline, always, because they are not releasing, they're not letting go. There's no other way for them to combat the spirit that has entered in that sense. And it goes into great levels, neurological levels, hormonal levels, all sorts of kinds of things. Actors, if you can get a real good actor, I mean a very, very good actor who can cry on cue, literally real tears will fall in a performance. They can tell you what I'm saying. Like, they understand what's happening. They can feel it. It's happening. Like, it literally, they can feel the spirit. I can do that. Sometimes that's why I don't like playing with, like I said, don't play around with these, because they can start hanging around. When you start grasping them out from the thin air and bringing them into you, then you may grab a hold of something that wants to stay around. And I'm not going to go into depth. It is a real thing. It is a real thing. I did a study. I was doing a study, on some of the things that Jesus was doing. For instance, there's a spirit that grabs hold of this guy and he casts him into the fire, and he falls onto the ground, and sometimes the fire burns him. It says Jesus commands this out of this man, and then the man is better. What was that? Right? What was that? There's certain people, like a nymphomaniac. There's these disorders called nymphomaniac. What is that? How can I address a nymphomaniac and cause that spirit for them to be able to abandon that spirit and release that spirit out of them. I believe that we as humans have that power because Jesus said the things that he does, we will be able to do. I truly believe that when we find, if you can get someone to really teach you the truth about the miracles of what was happening, and we start learning how to have the knowledge and the understanding of what spirits really are and how they function and how it relates to the human body and the attachments it can make, I believe we can break those attachments. Now, not all things are of spirit matter. For instance, some diseases are physical. They're not spiritual. They're physical diseases. Chromosomal disorders, these type of things. However, we can now, in today's society, we can find the markers of certain chromosomal disorders and remove the gene from that would cause that, and then the child no longer is going to be born in that chromosomal disorder. That's a different level of understanding. But I'm talking on the spirit realm, okay? Because there's physical, there's chemical, there's biological, which would be, chromosomal, these type of things. I'm mostly speaking on the spirit level of, I don't even like to use the word possession. It's more, you are what you eat. You'll become what you ingest. Music, television, all these things that bombard your mind, and you just are living like this as you grow and get older, and this is all you eat, all you ingest. You start to bring those characteristics of whatever you were ingesting become what you are. That's why Jesus was so, always innate about get born again. Go internally. The kingdom of heaven is in you. You got to go in and get born again. How? The Spirit. That's what he said. It's all about the Spirit, man. I don't want to teach people too much. I don't want to say a lot of stuff about it. But I do know ways. Very much so. I have an understanding about them. And I've said too much. I don't want to say anything else. We'll wait for this guy. All right, Andy is back. All right, Andy.
Hello.
With you. That was a quick military shower.
Yeah, that was a quick one. That might have been the fastest one of my life. I don't even know what to say. I forgot what we were even talking about. Spirits or something? Spirits being physical?
Yep. And I showed you. No, not that spirits are physical. Spirits are non-physical.
Oh, yeah, non-physical, sorry.
But you can observe a spirit in the physical realm, like I was showing you with evidence of it. If I were to grasp something out of the thin air and I would go, what kind of spirit would you think I have if I look like this all the time?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I just don't think that, like when you say spirit of anger or spirit of hatred or something,
these are cherubim.
That's the spirit of something. Like, I don't think that the anger itself is a spirit. You're using the word as like synonymous with the word essence.
Well,
Here's the essence of anger.
What does synonymous mean? So anger is
the same.
The same. So anger is not the same as happy. So if I were to say the spirit of anger is not the same as the spirit of happiness, we're identifying the spirit by giving it like a phonetic understanding of what? Anger, happiness, right? That's how we're understanding what it is through the language that we're describing what the spirit is. If we had no language, just like language didn't even exist, alphabet, utterances of words didn't exist, I can still observe these spirits in a vessel that start to perform physical actions or countenance changes within the body without having a word to call it, right?
Yeah, I guess. I mean,
So
so like,
the spirit's still
how do
there.
you reach this conclusion though? Like, where, like, spirit is a pre-existing word. So I mean,
That's
like, when I read the Bible, I don't see spirit being enacted in the way that you're talking about. Like, spirits are literally talking to people; they're communicating. It's different than what you're
where
saying.
is this happening? When you say this, give me an example of a spirit talking to someone.
When Jesus speaks to the demoniac in the island of the Gerasenes, it speaks.
Ah,
In fact, every time he did a exorcism, the spirits were speaking to him.
okay. So spirits don't speak. The spirit is using the vessel that has the vocal cords to produce sound. Without the
Right,
spirit,
but how did you reach the conclusion that spirits don't speak though? Where did you come up with that?
because spirits don't have vocal cords.
Well, they're magic entities. Like, this is a book of mythology. They can do whatever they want. We have snakes talking in this book. We have donkeys talking.
But
Like,
those aren't.
anything can
But what
happen.
I'm saying is that is something that you're being taught as in Sunday school or something that a donkey talked. For instance, I'm well aware of the Balaam type thing. But let me ask you this: as a farmer, I'm a farmer. I don't know about you, but let's go into being a farmer, right? Pretend like you're a farmer with me, and we have a pet like a dog, and born as a puppy, and I give you the puppy, and you have the puppy with you since you were a child, and you grow up with the dog. Can the dog speak to you without having English language? Like, are you aware if the dog is scared, not scared, happy, excited? Would you know how to communicate with your animal without actually speaking to it like a human being?
Oh yeah.
So that's what it means in the Bible. When Balaam's donkey is speaking, it's not that it's speaking a
Well,
language.
no, that's not. Hold on. It spoke to him in sentences. It didn't like convey a
It
gesture
doesn't.
to him or something.
It
It
doesn't.
spoke to him in a full
It
sentence.
doesn't say that. See, that's not. That's
What?
the thing. It doesn't say
The
the
donkey?
donkey is speaking in a language. It says the donkey speaks to him. It doesn't say
I don't. I
to
don't
me.
remember what the donkey said. I don't remember what the
Why have
donkey
you?
said exactly.
Why
But I
have
don't.
the
I don't.
donkey
I
says
don't.
this? Imagine though in your mind. This is in his mind. This is not happening in physical realm. In his mind, the donkey is speaking, and he's hearing his donkey say to him, "Why are you beating me? I have been a good donkey all of my days since you had me. Why now are you beating me?" It's not that the donkey is saying that, "Why are you beating me?" No, it's his attitude towards his master. Let's say some people have a dog that has been mistreated, and someone can raise their hand up like this, and the dog like gets really backed up against the wall, scared because it's used to being struck, and you're not the striker.
Yeah. Okay. So if that's,
So
I
it's
mean,
a
I understand what you're saying, but I
speech.
get you. I get you. But if that's what was happening, the narrator would just say the donkey cowered in fear.
Coward and fear is exactly what the donkey was saying.
He didn't
So to
though. He said.
describe,
He said,
listen,
"Why are you beating me?" It didn't say. He didn't. The narrator doesn't say that the donkey cowered in fear. The narrator says that the donkey spoke. Why are you beating me?
what is the linguistic way?
It didn't say. It didn't say it was in his mind. It didn't say it was in Balaam's
You have
mind.
to look at the linguistic way the scribe is writing it. And when
All
you
right.
look at certain words that are being used by a scribe, it is denoting non-speech. So a certain word that's being used there in the language of the people at the time, like for you and I, we have the understanding to raise my hand at the dog and then the dog cowered away. How would you tell me that? Let's say I wasn't there. Like you're an investigator, right? You're investigating something, or whether a dog was abused by somebody or not, right? And you go over to it, you lift up your hand like this, like you're just testing something, and the dog does that. You're going to communicate to me an action of this dog. and you want to write it down for me to read what's happening, right? You're trying to tell me a story in linguistics. You're going to write words for me to understand the story that you're writing. So what would you tell me about your incident? The dog doesn't speak to you, but you're going to say, in the understanding of the words that we use today, you're going to use certain words or phrases to denote the action of the dog.
Yeah, you're right. But I'm not. What I wouldn't say is that the dog told me something.
But the dog did tell you something, didn't it? What did the dog
No,
say?
it gestured something. That's completely different than speech.
But you would not say that.
Spoke, like the word spoke means to make noise come from your throat. Like it has a specific meaning.
Not that word. That word. When you look at the word there that's being used, it can also be used in a manner as what you would say.
It's dabar, right? Dabar?
When I asked you about what you
Is it dabar? Is that the word you're referring to?
I believe it is.
Or davar, however you pronounce it? I believe it's davar or something like that. Is the same word for word and for speech, and it just means to talk with your mouth.
Differently. I'll show you something where I'll go to it. But here's this thing. If I were to ask you, in the sense, as an investigator, to know, how do you know that the dog is afraid? By some act, you're going to say something like, by its action tells me, it told me it was afraid. You're using
That's semantic, though. The actions don't speak. They didn't say anything. You could just replace the word told with the word indicated.
Stop for a minute. Come into our day and age, not their day and age yet. Come back to our day and age, and you would say something to someone else like, I knew the dog had been beaten. It ran into the corner, and to me, that was like telling me that he was afraid of when I raised my hand. He's telling me he's afraid. Wait, he's telling you he's afraid? What? He spoke to you? No, not that he spoke to me. He just told me by his action that he's afraid. So we would have to clarify that as well, even in today's society, if we were to go write a book like this and then hand it to somebody and they would read it, they'd say, oh, the dog is telling the investigator that he is afraid because he lifted up his hand and the dog cowered away. Now, telling is, to us, we would understand as somebody's telling the story, somebody told something. We would know it's a verbal use. Also, we also know that the word tell, there's a telling sign that something is afraid. That's telling us as well. Spoken in this word, I'll bring it up. Let me go to the verse and the word, and I'll bring it up, and I'll show you what other meanings are actually there as well, other than just the meaning of speaking. It's the same thing as telling. It doesn't have to be a spoken word. An animal can tell you stuff without speaking. So the word there, the speaking, is like telling. You understand what I'm saying? So
okay, so I agree that the word.
Speaking,
Go ahead.
Of saying the word speaking, but they didn't have like certain words that we have today. Maybe the scribe today would wrote told me or telling me rather than speaking. But let's go to the word. I'll go to the verse. I'll show you something. This
Okay, while you're looking that up, I understand and agree that the word, like in English, the word tell or the word say has like a semantic value and can mean other things. But for one thing, there's no indication that that was the case in the biblical Hebrew, and also like talking animals were extremely common in the ancient world. So like this makes me think that it was literal. I would agree.
Wait a minute. Animals don't
Okay.
talk in verbal communication as a human being in the phonetic utterances of our understanding of the alphabet.
There are stories from ancient Mesopotamia, for instance, where animals have long, drawn-out conversations with people that are not like I'm afraid or I'm happy or I'm hungry. They're like having long, deep conversations with people. That's not the same.
But that doesn't happen in reality.
Right. That's mythology, exactly. And that's why when we see Balaam talking to a donkey.
Mythology. So here also, I'll pull it up. I'm going to show you. Balaam talking to his donkey is an allegorical understanding for us to see Balaam is ticked off because his donkey doesn't go forward because his donkey sees something Balaam doesn't see. Are you aware that animals sense things that are there physically that you yourself are unaware are there?
No.
Okay.
I mean, like, if you're talking about like the infrared spectrum or something, yeah.
An animal can smell better than a human. So let's say I'm down,
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
downwind.
Yeah. Their senses are more powerful.
Right. So, and to give you an example, so I'll get deeper into it. Let's pull it up. It's chapter 22 of Numbers, which is also a great thing to get an understanding about the angel of the Lord thing that I like to use.
Best book of the Torah.
What is it?
I said Numbers is the best book of the Torah, in my opinion.
Well, no, in Numbers, I use in this chapter 22, because people like to say that the angel of the Lord is describing Jesus. Like they always will say, that's Jesus, angel of the Lord. That's represent Jesus. And I tell them, look at Numbers 22, verse 22, and you tell me if the angel of the Lord is now Jesus. Because when you read that, clearly this angel of the Lord now is called Satan, Satan. So angel of the Lord.
Wait, what? Not in Numbers.
Yeah, Numbers 22. Yeah. Right before, because he sends the angel.
The word Shaitan, it uses the word Shaitan.
Literally uses the word, it's Satan.
I've never seen that.
Yeah, it's called adversary. When you in the English, it'll say adversary. So it says God was angry. Well, let's just go. Let me go to 22. Remember verse 28. That's where the verse we're going to. So Numbers 22. And this is the problem with religion, because when religion teaches stories that, from the podium that they've been handed down, and if they're wrong, then they're going to be teaching all the sheep wrong kind of ideology that is corrupted. So in verse 22, it says this, and God's anger was kindled. Now, when we tap on that word God, you'll notice it's the Elohim. Elohim is the many, the seven spirits. So we're talking the Father right now. We're not speaking about the Son. Here, the Father is angry because remember, during the Numbers period, there was no Yeshua yet as the Son of God being born in that sense. So,
could I pause you for 1 second? So I noticed that it says in this exact passage, it says, "Then God opened the mouth of the donkey."
we're going to go to that. I'll get to that. I'm going to show you something. I studied this.
Okay.
Before I was even make a conclusion, I wrote a thesis on this. Before I studied this deep, and I went to the actual word use and what was being used at that time of the culture and the meaning of it. Because not all words in ancient culture had the same meaning as we use them today. They had sometimes a very strict, but sometimes it was very broad use. Because there wasn't a lot of, like in English, we have a lot of different words that we can use to mean. Like if I say, I want to hit that. What does that mean to you?
Have sex.
Wait, no, I'm just talking about punching.
I'm just joking.
You understand what I'm saying now, though, right?
Yeah.
We create things that for a time. So we go back to that antiquity time, and we cannot mingle dogma of what we have back to dogma of what they have, because that we could completely misconstrue.
I agree. No, I agree. There's lots of examples where there's semantic value in the ancient Hebrew, but we need a good reason to think that's what's happening.
Right. So, but also we need a good reason to know that maybe what they're telling them from the podium is not what's happening. So let's go into it and actually read it ourselves. So here we have, and God's anger was kindled because he went. He's mad at Balaam because he told Balaam not to do something, and Balaam was going to go do it against God's command. So anger kindled because he went, and here it says, the angel of the Lord stood in the way for a what against him? And if you tap on that word H7854, what is that word? The angel of the Lord is.
Wait, hold on. What verse was that?
Numbers 22.
Yeah.
And God's anger was kindled because he went, and the angel of the Lord stood in the way.
Oh, as his adversary. Yeah. Okay. So this is the thing, though. It's not calling him Satan. It's calling him a Satan.
Exactly my point.
There's a difference between a Satan and the character Satan.
Wait a minute. What does Satan even mean?
It means opposer, adversary, accuser.
So was Peter called a Satan?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Peter was called a Satan.
So the understanding of Satan is not an entity as an individual. It's a cherubim. It even tells you.
No, no, no. Hold on. Because
I'll show you. Wait. I'll show you the evidence.
Let me respond. I'll look at the evidence, but I want to point out that the Bible in the Hebrew, it uses Ha-Shatan or Li-Shatan. Li-Shatan is a Satan. Ha-Shatan is the character Satan, and it's shown with a diminutive next to his name to show that it's talking about a specific person.
Not a person. Not a person.
Well, an entity, not a person, an entity. I mean, person can be referring to us.
How can one, why we're using these things, right? Because you say Ha, and then you say the other one. There's a reason why that's being used, and I'll explain it. So how can you be an adversary? Are there different ways for you to become an adversary to something?
By standing against them, standing in the way. I don't know. Opposing them.
You could stand in front of somebody and physically be in their way as a Satan. Or you can verbally stand in someone's way by telling them to stop verbally, or no physical presence is there. A sign can be put up that says stop, like a stop sign. No physical presence is there. It's still an adversary or something in the way to hinder you. So there's many ways to become an adversary, and that's why there's that denotation. So the way, the Satan, is a very specific thing that is attributing what towards God. If you're called the Satan, then that tells me you're not just a sign in the way. You're not just a word that's a lie. You're actually the very thing that causes the denial or the against of God's word. That's why it's called Ha-Satan. The original essence of being an adversary. And where did the original essence come from? So you can stand in someone's physical way, you can speak physically, you can make a sign physically, but what was the actual beginning of that adversary to God? That's why.
Well, if we're talking about the character Satan, like he's mostly just opposing God rather than like blocking him. He's like arguing with him, like, you know what I mean? Like he's disagreeing with God mostly.
What would we call that? Not just disagreeing with God. He's not just disagreeing with God. He's actually
he's like disobeying.
He's actually creating the lie against God.
Wait, hold on. When did Satan lie?
When he told Eve. You don't know
Okay, so why do you think the serpent was Satan?
Because the serpent's not what you're describing as an entity. It's the word there's Nakash. Nakash is another type of human being. I'll get into that later. I don't think you've ever looked at it.
Wait, hold on. A Nakash is just a snake. A Nakash is a snake.
The word Nakash does not even mean snake. The word
yes, it does.
The shining one. Smart people.
No, that's Hallel. That's Hallel.
No.
Hallel means the shining one.
We'll go to it and I'll click on the word and I'll show you Nakash, and then I'll give you the meaning of it. And if you look at the letter as well, you got the Nafad, the N.
I have a Hebrew lexicon right next to me.
So
if you want to, like, I can pull up Nakash.
So you'll understand that word does not mean serpent. It has the connotations as a snake being slick and sly and crafty and manipulative in that manner. That's just a letter. Because the letter is there doesn't mean that the whole word means snake. No,
but it's talking about him It's talking about him crawling on his belly, having poison under his tongue, biting people's heel, men hitting him on his head. It's clearly talking about a snake.
Talk about a man, a human being acts like a snake. If a guy is following another man secretly to bite at his heel, to cause him harm, he's hiding in the woods.
Crawling on his belly and eating dust? Crawling on his belly? Is that what you...
What is men made of? Men are made of what?
Like, this is an actual this is a punishment being given by God. Like, all of the punishments that happened to Adam and Eve were literal. Why are we making it metaphorical for the Nakash now?
It's not metaphorical. Listen to what I'm...
Allegorical, sorry.
If this human being is eating from knowledge, and he's only using it for evil, not good. He becomes internally evil. And that's his state now. That's his state. Misery loves company.
Are you talking about Adam?
Let me know. Talk about the Nakash. Misery loves company. So as the entity of a human being who now has become fully endarkened with the lie and the evil, he wants other people to be like him. So on his belly,
So hold on.
and he eats the dust,
Okay.
meaning he goes to try to get men who are made of dust. He tries to get them to be on his side. That's eating. That's what the word they're eating. That's what it's used for. It's not used in the sense as eating for subsistence or sustenance. It's trying to get people on your side. So you'll eat dust. You will try to confuse human beings. You will try to get other humans to join you. And all day you will crawl on your belly. You will beg. What do you think religions have done for centuries? They beg, they plead people to be converted into their ideology. That's all they do. They're like snakes crawling on their belly, chasing dust people to join into their ideology if it's a corrupted doctrine of the devil. That's why Jesus called the Pharisees or the Sadducees, look at you, a brood of vipers. Does that mean they're snakes? Because he uses the same word there. You understand that?
No, he doesn't. He does not say that. He does not.
Aramaic brood of vipers.
Exactly. Aramaic. The Bible's written in Hebrew.
Look, the viper word that's used there is the same Hebrew word meaning serpent that they're using for the Nakash. I'm just trying to show you that it's not the same word because it's a different language, but the use is the same. It's not a physical snake. It's not there. No snake is talking. It's a human being who's a deceitful Satan. Because Peter can be a Satan. He's a snake. Because Satan is described as a snake, right? So Peter, if I were to say, Peter, you're a crafty little snake, maybe he's a snake? No. So you have to understand.
So the word for viper, the Aramaic word for viper is like hewiyah or hiwiyah. Like it's nothing like Nakash.
No, the meaning is there. Are the Pharisees vipers? Or are they humans?
Well, that doesn't. Okay, so let me respond. So you in the
with yourself. Be honest with the use of the word. The use of that word.
I am. I'm going to be honest, but you got to let me speak. I'll be honest, but you got to let me respond.
Okay, I want to ask you the question though. The word in the Aramaic that you said, is it the word for snake? Yes or no?
No. It's the word for viper.
Okay. What is a viper? A viper
is a snake.
Okay,
yes.
That's what I'm trying to get at. So, is the word there in the Aramaic? Is it the word used in our understanding as a crawling little snake?
Yeah, I understand that it's a metaphor. Like we don't have to go about this. But my point is that when we're talking about the Nakash in Genesis, we have the option to take it literally, which works perfectly fine, and we have the option to take it allegorically, which also works perfectly fine. They both make sense. So why do we choose allegory over literal?
Because he's not a snake. There's not a snake there. There's no physical entity that looks like a standing.
No, not the brood of vipers. Not the brood of vipers one. That one I agree is allegory. I'm talking about Genesis. Why would we take the allegorical interpretation there over the literal one in Genesis?
Because there's no literal interpretation. Because we go back to what Jesus was saying. If we use.
No, you're going forward. You're going forward to what Jesus said.
I'm being back in our conversation. If we go forward, if you want to go forward or back to our conversation, and Jesus calls the Pharisees a brood of vipers, why would you take that as they are a bunch of snakes? Why are they a brood of vipers? What are they doing that Jesus calls them like snakes?
See, there we have clues. We know that it's talking about allegory because Pharisees are human beings.
Whoa, we don't have clues? The tree of knowledge of good and evil? So what is this Nakash doing by the tree if he's not doing evil? Is he not is he not there to lie?
No, the Nakash did not trick her. It did not trick her.
Did he not lie to Eve?
No, he did not lie.
Okay, so he lied to Eve, and I'll tell you, I can prove to you he lied to Eve. God said to Eve one thing. He said, and I'll ask you to give me clarification, so I want you to understand.
God lied to Eve. God lied to Eve. The serpent told the truth.
Did God say to Eve, don't touch the tree, or don't eat from the tree?
Don't eat from it.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Absolutely positive.
Yeah.
Okay. And what did
Yes.
the serpent and the caution say to her? Did the serpent say?
You're glitching out real bad.
Did the serpent say? Did God say, don't touch the tree or don't eat from the tree? What did the serpent tell her? Because remember,
The serpent said the same thing. He said, "Don't eat." He said, "If you eat from it."
No, there's different. I'll get back to that. We'll get back to that. I want to go to donkey first because that was way off topic, and we can go back to that. All right, I got plenty of time to go back to that. But I want to stay on the topic of numbers too, because that's important because a lot of people get that wrong as well about the touching or don't eat, don't touch. But back to the numbers, when you get to this, and we said 28, I believe it was numbers 28 because we went to 22. I was trying to tell you that the angel of the Lord is also used as a Satan. And there is the Ha-Satan, but the Ha-Satan goes back to the original first liar, first person who was aggravating against God, the agitator of God.
We disagree. That's why we need to go back to Genesis. We disagree there.
Where in Genesis is there anybody?
Genesis 3.
So in Genesis 3, there's somebody else going against God.
No, the serpent. See, you are concluding that the serpent.
Listen to me.
What?
Without our imagination, because we only got with the book of Moses. Moses is the first person to write this stuff down. In what Moses wrote, where's the first presence that we, as human beings, observing the writing, do we see the presence of something against God, an adversary against God? Where's that at?
Eve eating the fruit.
It's the Satan, the adversary is the Nakash.
Oh, yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. You could say that because he convinced her, but the thing is that he may have opposed God, but he didn't lie.
He did lie because we're dying.
God lied. God lied.
We're dying. Did God lie?
We didn't die on that day. It says, "On the day you eat of it, you shall die."
Yes.
They did not die on the day they ate of it. They died several years later. They had children. They grew old. They had children.
Wait a minute. That's where you're getting confused. If I were to say to you, in the day of Abraham Lincoln, the slaves were free. What am I saying? In the day of Abraham Lincoln, the slaves were free.
During his lifetime? I don't know.
During his lifetime. So that is a representation of the day here. There's another word. When you look at this word, you get another clue about day and night. 1,000 years could be a day to God. A day could be 1,000 years. 1,000 years could be a day. It tells us this. So in a day you eat from.
Well, it says that in the New Testament. It does not. It says that in the New Testament. Like, you can't apply New Testament verses to the Old Testament to make it make sense. They're drawing from the Old Testament and the New Testament. You can't work backwards like that. That's the point I made about Jesus a minute ago.
Yes, we can, because all word of God must be in agreement. Otherwise, it's not the word of God.
Exactly. The Bible contradicts itself all the time.
It doesn't contradict itself. It's interpretations by people who contradict it, not the Bible.
Let's get into that then, because I think it does. I know some really good contradictions that I think you'd agree with.
You can show me, and I will clarify all of those contradictions. But first, let's go to 28. Right. So in 28, and the Lord opened. If you look at that word there is patha. It's a primitive root to open wide, literally or figuratively, specifically to loosen begin to plow, to carve, to appear, to break
What about
forth,
mouth? What about mouth, though?
Wait.
Is mouth figurative too?
Is the donkey an animal or a human?
It's an
Okay,
animal.
so we have to use the word use in the time that they're using it for what an animal does, not what a human does, for what it would be denoted as an animal. Just like I said, the animal is telling me it's scared. I lifted up my hand and the animal is telling me it's scared. And then you would say, how is it telling you it's scared? By what it's doing. And we clearly see that in the text here, that the donkey is clearly acting in a certain manner because he pushes his foot up against the wall. How many times? Finally, Balaam is pissed. He's pissed that his foot is being crushed against the wall. So he gets off his donkey and beats the damn thing. And his donkey speaks in fear because the donkey has never done this before to Balaam. Now Balaam is questioning, why, you miserable beast, are you riding my foot against the wall? You've never done this before. You're speaking to me in a manner as a horse does to a cowboy. You're doing something that you've never done before. Why? And the reason why, and we'll get into that later, and I'll show you the reason why the donkey is acting scared, frightening, and doesn't want to go forward, because there's something there that the man can't see, but the donkey is aware of. And when you look at it, though, break forth, to draw, to plow, to be open, put off, ungrid, unstop, have vent, open, loose, grave, wide, and grave. Look how many different things this word
Open is not the word in contention. Open is not the word in contention.
Listen to what I'm telling you.
Mouth is the word. Mouth is the word we should be looking at. It opened the donkey's mouth and it spoke.
No, we should not be looking at that.
It says that. It says it word for word. God opened the donkey's mouth and it
We
said.
have to use the figurative, because do you believe, you think donkeys talk in the human language?
This is my point, and I already tried to say this to you a little while ago.
Point.
Can I say it? Can I say what I was going to say? I mean, I don't take a long time to answer. Like, give me 10 seconds. Just give me 10 seconds to say something really quick here. Animals all the time in the ancient world in mythological stories talk to humans. This is nothing new. Like, this is something that happened all the time. And specifically, the snake is a reoccurring character across Mesopotamian mythology. And the snake always talks to people. It talks Gilgamesh out of eternal life in the Epic of Gilgamesh. So I don't see why we would come to a figurative conclusion if they're literally depicting animals talking to humans all throughout ancient Near East.
Because we also are getting the understanding that any time that it appears as writing as a snake is talking, there's a physical human that's present in it, called the snake, called the liar, called the deceiver. So if Gilgamesh is being confused by something that they're calling a snake, it's not obviously a snake that's really there. It's another human being that's tricking the man. Snakes don't trick humans. You can go outside.
It's not just the snake. It's a bunch of different animals that talk.
Show me any animal today that speak in the human language, as in English or even any tongue that we have. Show me an language other than a parrot, because you could teach them.
Yeah.
But I'm actually
Sure.
a conscious conversation, because these things would be conscious, knowing what they're teaching.
Show me any human today that can resurrect somebody. Show me a human that can resurrect somebody.
That's my point. I don't think you know what I believe.
Well, the Bible says that Jesus resurrected people. I've never seen somebody be resurrected.
Jesus never resurrected anyone.
He resurrected Lazarus, am I wrong?
No. It even tells you that it wasn't him that did it. He prayed. It says that he supplicated to his Father. And then he did glamour hands for the people. He said, not on my behalf, but for the people. He asked that Lazarus be raised. Jesus.
The same thing applies to the donkey. The same thing applies to the donkey. The donkey didn't speak. God opened his mouth.
Use your critical thinking. Donkeys don't talk in human tongue, do they?
People don't resurrect people. People don't resurrect people.
People didn't. Jesus is a man that not lift up Lazarus out of the grave.
The donkey didn't. The donkey didn't. God opened his mouth. God opened his mouth. The donkey didn't talk. God did
Let me
it.
continue in here. We clearly see that the donkey, in the figurative sense it should be used, because that's what it's denoting in the writing and in the linguistics of it. We should be looking
How?
at this because it says open. Here, I'll have to put it on the screen for everyone, since I guess you're not.
You're assuming a figurative usage when it could be literal.
How can it be literal? You think donkeys talk?
It's mythology.
Okay, mythology is a myth. This is not a myth.
This is a myth. This is a myth.
You're looking at it as it's a myth.
It is a myth. It fits every single criteria of a myth. It fits all the criteria of a myth.
This is why people get confused. This is why people get confused, everyone. It's because they are taking something that is a literal historical document that has an allegorical meaning, such as when Jesus is calling Pharisees brood of vipers. We know that they're not snakes, but we know that in the activity of what it is that they're doing, they're acting sly and slick like a snake does, crafty.
You're repeating yourself. We've already been through this. You're assuming allegory when it could be literal.
And with guile. So here, when we come to this verse, we know that this is not a mythological writing. It is
Wrong.
a historical
Wrong.
writing, and it has allegorical understandings in it. And if you're not educated, then you would look at it as it's a myth. Donkeys are talking. Snakes are walking. No, there's a meaning to this, and if you use it improperly as a preacher on the podium telling people donkeys talk, then he's a fool. He's not looking at the story in the right context it should be read in, and he's leading.
So why do you think it's literal? Where did you come to that conclusion? Why do you think it's a literal story?
It's not literal. I didn't say that. You're saying you should take it literally. I said this context here should be taken. Hang on, let me turn this thing off here real quick.
Or pardon me. I mean, sorry. I meant figuratively when I said literal.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. I didn't say it was literal. I said it's figuratively. And how do I know it's a figurative thing? Like I asked you again. In today's society, show me a fucking donkey that talks.
These are stories that have magic happening. They're extremely common across the ancient world. I don't know why you think, why you see magic in a
You're asserting that it's that's a fable. That's what you're asserting.
There's stories that talk about people flying into the sky. There's stories that talk about people flying up into the sky.
No.
Like, why do you think that's an allegory as opposed to a made-up story?
No linguistic scholar would look at this story and tell you with their assertion that this is a mythological story. No scholar would say that.
That's just extremely wrong. Like, lots of scholars think that. Lots of scholars think that. Especially scholars of the Hebrew Bible. They almost unanimously reject this as a literal story.
No, it's an assertion by some scholars that a donkey is talking.
I've never met a scholar that holds the position that this is literal.
That's why it says figuratively. Figuratively.
It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that.
I just tapped on the word again. I have to go back to it. Would you please, can you read the screen? I tapped on the word. Please read this screen. So I want to make sure that you're reading what I'm seeing. Okay? Please read where it says definition. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Read that.
Literally or figuratively. Yes. I already agreed to that 5 minutes ago. I agreed to that 5 minutes ago.
Okay, so you asked me, how do I know how to take this literally or figuratively? And I gave you my answer. Because if you're taking it literally, then I've got to ask you, as someone that's being devil's advocate to you, right? I would have to say, if you were a preacher and you're teaching this as a literal story, then I'd have to play devil advocate. I'd have to ask you, sir, can you please show me a donkey that talks? Should you not be using this as a figurative language, right, not literal? Would you agree with that at least? that this is now
So,
become
so you,
figurative,
by
not
your
literal?
logic, you're saying, you're basically implying that mythology can't exist.
That's why it's called mythology. You understand?
No, I'm
Wait,
saying
wait, wait,
you're
wait, wait,
basically
wait, wait.
implying that people can't write mythological stories at all. Like people
I
can't
can
make things up that didn't
I can
happen.
write a mythological story as well about unicorns and dragons that fly around that breathe fire from their mouths.
Right.
But why is it called mythology? Why is it not called a historical document?
Because it's not real.
Right. Now, in a historical document, can there be allegory and figurative language in a historic document?
Yep.
Yes. So here is such a thing as the man Balaam did exist.
You've asserted that. You asserted there's such a thing
Okay,
here. You didn't show
I'll
me.
give you that I asserted that Balaam existed. I never spoke to Balaam. I've never seen Balaam as a living human being. I'm only looking at a story. I will give
No,
you that.
not that.
But let's go to Jesus then. The days of Jesus when he's calling Pharisees vipers. Can we agree that that is a real time period that did exist, and that even in today's society, I could say that right now you're acting like a little viper when you're not calling it figurative? You're saying it's literal, and that's where your argument lies, is that you don't believe in the Bible because somebody has told you to take it literal? When I'm telling you,
No, that's not where my argument lies. My argument does not lie in my disbelief. That's a misrepresentation of my
okay,
thoughts.
I'm not trying to ad hominem you. I'm just saying. Now let's go into this a little bit further, because you wanted more verification of why we should use this as an allegorical statement or a figurative statement, not as a literal one. So in verse 28, and she said unto Balaam, what have I done unto thee that thou hast smitten me these 3 times? Now, the word here, smitten, and many people will get this wrong, is meaning what?
To smite in the past tense.
Well, wait. No, because this is very important as well. If somebody were to smite someone, because sometimes in the Bible it says that God smote the whole Philistine army and they were all dead.
Yeah.
They were dead.
It depends on your translation.
So, no, it depends on the context. And sometimes there has to be something else.
Smote and smitten mean the same thing.
Oh.
Smote and smitten are synonymous.
Can I smite you with my word?
Yes.
Does that mean I killed you?
No, not necessarily. You could, but it doesn't imply that.
If I smite you,
same with smitten.
If it says, I smote you with the sword and you died, what does that mean? If I smote you
Same
with the
thing.
sword and you died. Smote is the action of striking something. Now,
Yeah.
I can strike.
And so when you say smitten, you have been smote. You have been smited. Smitten means you have been smited.
So did he strike his donkey to death?
No, smite doesn't mean kill.
Oh, but wait a minute. You see? Where in this story does it show me that he didn't smite his donkey to death?
Because it doesn't say that he did. It just says smote.
But the word smote or smitten can have a connotation meaning of death.
Not always.
Not always. Exactly my point. Sometimes the word here is not always used in the literal sense. So just because it says he said smitten his donkey 3 times, the word there for smitten in some verses means death. But this is a different
How do you figure that?
Because there's a verse that uses this word. The army of the Philistines were smitten by the word of God, or the angel of the Lord had smitten the army of the Philistines, and they were all dead.
Yeah.
They were all dead.
Right, but that doesn't mean that smitten means that it killed strike them to death. It just means that they died from being struck. It isn't like death. Death has no. You're wrong. You're wrong, brother. You're wrong.
The word
You're wrong.
smite or smote does not necessarily mean death. You're absolutely right.
It has nothing to do with death. It can never mean death. It can never mean death.
Nor does this word spoke mean literal language coming out.
It's completely different because smite can never mean death. Smite never means death. Never.
Yes, it does. Sometimes.
No, it doesn't. Smite means to strike somebody. Death can be a result of that, but it doesn't mean death itself. It doesn't mean strike them to death. It just means to strike someone. You could die, you could just get injured, anything. Like, it's completely unrelated.
If I smote you with a sword, what does that mean?
Then you could be injured or you could die. One of the two. It doesn't mean you die automatically.
So
you could just get a cut. You could just get a cut from it.
I don't think you're hearing it. I don't think you're hearing it. You're actually
I think I am
agreeing with me without even seeing it. That sometimes the word is not the literal meaning. You need more context.
You just said smitten. You said smitten automatically implies death because the Philistines died.
In some areas, when you use the words to strike, it means that the strike caused death. Sometimes the word spoke or opened the mouth, the word opened, doesn't mean speaking physical words. The word open, I can open the door. Does it mean the door is now talking to me?
No, but the door isn't a mouth. That's completely different. Like mouth, like it literally says the donkey said, and that it opened its mouth, and mouths are used for speeches. Animals are talking in the ancient world. Like, I don't see where you're getting this allegorical interpretation from. It seems perfectly literal.
It's not used here for speaking. I'll clarify that as well. So let's tap on the word mouth. What does it say? Yeah. Blowing. That's a donkey, right? So his mouth is open, the donkey's crying, donkey's pissed off, to beat the donkey, he's using his own vocal. Does that mean that he's speaking English to me? Or does it mean that my animal now has become very crazed up? I don't know why he's acting crazy. He's never acted like this before. The donkey's wondering why he's beating me. He's calling out in his opened mouth. That's the peh. That's the hee-haw. Why is he doing it? Well, let's continue to read further. Now, do you understand? Opened mouth, the word peh here in the meaning of blowing, whether literally or figuratively. Again, particularly speech. But a donkey has no speech like a human, so we can count that out as particularly. That should not be a part of any teaching that the donkey is speaking English. That's absurd. And if someone teaches it, they should be called out as a liar. If any preacher's preaching this, he's a liar. He's deceiving the people. Specifically, edge, portion, or side, adverbally with preposition, according to, appointment, assent, command. This is being used in the sense of blowing, because that's the first thing. Donkey is blowing its own vocal. Hee-haw. Hee-haw. That's a blowing sound. Can you make that hee-haw? You'll see what it sounds like. It's a blow. You have to blow here to make that sound. Now, why is he doing that? We go further. And Balaam said unto the ass, because thou hast mocked me, I would that there were a sword in mine hand, and now I would kill, harag thee. And the ass said unto Balaam, and am not I thine ass, upon which thou hast ridden ever since I was thine unto this day? Was I ever?
Are you serious? Like, how is this not getting through to you? You think a donkey can convey all that with body language?
I just asked you, how is a dog, when you raise your hand up, how are you going to write me a thing to tell me that the dog was abused by its previous owner? When you describe to me the dog is telling me that it was abused when I raised my hand up and it cowered into a corner. Are you telling me the dog spoke to you in physical form?
Yeah, but this is completely different because the donkey is speaking in long, drawn-out sentences. It is too. It's speaking in long, drawn-out sentences. You just read it.
Figurative language. It's used figuratively.
You're assuming that.
I'm not assuming anything. It tells me what to assume. It's not literal.
It doesn't. It never says that. You inserted that belief out of nowhere. Like, it never says anything like that. It doesn't imply it. Nothing.
How do you know if there's a snake in the road and the horse is afraid of the snake? What will the horse do?
Rear up.
Why? How do you know? How do you know?
Just from my observations of horses in the past, I guess. I don't know.
So just like what Balaam said, the donkey was saying, I've been your animal since the day I was born, the day you started riding me. I have never misbehaved. I've never reared up. So why are you thinking if your horse rears up that there must be something that's disturbing your horse? Why do you assert that? Is the horse acting in a manner that you have never had it act before? Yeah. That's what's happening to Balaam. And that's what Balaam is telling you. My donkey, it's not that the donkey's talking. Look at it as the scribe who's writing it in the words.
Yeah, but it can't convey it can't convey that Balaam's been his owner his whole life, and why are you striking me these 3 times? You can't derive that from body language.
Who's telling this Moses the story?
God.
Who's telling God what happened?
What do you mean? God is telling what
What
happened.
story is this that we're reading about here?
Well, we don't know who wrote it.
We know who wrote it. Moses wrote the first.
We have no we have no evidence that Moses wrote
I'm
it.
not getting on semantics of that. I'm boiling it down to this. Whose story of this happening, of what the donkey did, who's telling the story? The donkey?
We have
or
no
Balaam?
idea.
Who would tell you the story in 2026? Would the donkey be telling you the story, or would Balaam be telling you what happened?
Are we in a mythological story? Is 2026 a mythological story? Because the Bible is. Numbers is.
There's many stories today. People talk about their animals and what their animals do as funny things all the time, giving you a story as if their animal was talking to them. Many times. And they'll tell you the story as if their animal...
We're about to go in another circle.
No, as if their animal had been talking to them. This story clearly is not a donkey talking.
Yeah.
It's the animal reacting to what Balaam was doing. Balaam is telling the story to whoever tells it to write it down. It's coming from the mouth of Balaam. Balaam is, in his mind, is telling you, and my donkey was speaking to me that I was beating him. I don't know. He's never acted
With his mouth. With his mouth.
He's hee-hawing with his mouth. Okay.
It literally said with his mouth. It said with his mouth. It spoke words with its mouth.
I've given you the answer. You can reject it or deny it. That's up to you.
So basically, we've gone in a big circle. We've gone in a big circle right now. Yes, we did.
It was figurative. I showed you it's supposed to be used.
And I gave you the evidence that it was literal, and you rejected it.
What is your evidence it's literal?
That this was a common occurrence in the ancient Near East.
No, that's a mythological. You use mythology to give a historical document of reference.
Demonstrate that numbers is not mythology. Demonstrate that numbers is not mythology then.
Whole book. Why was Balaam going on his donkey? What was Balaam supposed to be going to go do? Some mythological thing?
Wasn't it something about a prophecy? I can't remember.
Balaam was going to curse Israel.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So that's mythological. I can't curse people. Balaam is a prophet. You understand that? He's a prophet.
Well, no. So things that can happen in mythological stories. Like realistic things happen in mythological stories.
Let me explain to you. Balaam is a prophet to God.
Yeah.
Moses was also a prophet to God. So
yeah,
prophets sometimes communicate with each other.
Moses, what?
Yeah. See, you're unaware of that? You think that Moses is not in the same time period as Balaam? Well, wasn't it Moses that was leading Israel out of the land of Egypt, where Balaam was going to go and curse? Would Moses not be present?
Right, but do we have an indication? Do we have an indication that Moses talked to Balaam?
There's historical evidence.
Is there an indication that Moses talked to Balaam?
Yes.
What is it? What's the indication?
The very story that Moses is writing about Balaam the prophet.
You assumed Moses wrote it.
Oh my gosh. I'm not assuming.
Why do you think Moses wrote it then?
I'm assuming Moses wrote it.
Why do you think Moses wrote this story?
because there is evidence that Moses
Such as?
was in the encampment with Israelites on a journey in archaeology. That a man was present, not necessarily Moses as named Moses. Moses was a house, by the way. It wasn't his name. His name is really Cinnamon. I can go deep into archaeological evidence if you want me to tell you that. Moses is not Moses that you think. Moses is the house, like Tuthmoses. Tuthmoses was the father to Queen Hatshepsut. Hatshepsut was the sister or the woman that found Moses in the basket, raised him in the house of Wadjet.
There's no evidence for that. Again, you're making shit up. It never names the pharaoh, and it never names his.
There is archaeological evidence.
It doesn't name the pharaoh.
It names the pharaoh. Is Tuthmoses?
It does not.
Moses is not a real person.
No, Egyptian records named pharaoh named Tutmoses. The Bible doesn't say that. It just says the pharaoh.
Do you know that there's historical evidence, historical archaeological evidence that Hatshepsut, the little girl, found a young baby in a basket outside the Bible? This is Egyptian archaeological evidence that Hatshepsut, Queen Hatshepsut, has a servant that she had found in a basket that she called him Cinnamon, which means, the word Cinnamon in the Egyptian tongue means my mother's brother.
Okay.
So there is outside.
Are you aware that? Are you aware? So the story of Moses takes place in about 1450, 1440 or so, whatever, the middle of the 1400s. Hold on, let me finish. I'm almost done here. This will just take a second. So Moses' story with the Exodus takes place in the middle of the 1400s, according to the Book of Kings. So if Moses' story is in the middle of the 1400s, we have a story about Sargon of Akkad from, Sargon of Akkad was from like 2300 BCE, and the story was written shortly after his reign. And it's a story about him as a baby being put into a basket on a river sealed with bitumen, being put down the Euphrates River. He floated down the river, was adopted by royalty, taken into the royal house, and rose to power as a powerful leader. It's Moses' story, exactly as it's told, almost 1,000 years before Moses.
I'm going to show everybody why I can easily manipulate people's minds to believe such foolishness. Hebrew was a dead language. Hebrew was a language that was not spoken 500 years ago. Now, if today I write in hieroglyphs or anything else in Hebrew, a story, are you going to tell me that my story I wrote now in Hebrew should be compared to the stories that were written from ancient days? So do you think that Sumerian cuneiform, after 1,400 years, they could not write in that same cuneiform? Years.
They definitely couldn't. They definitely couldn't.
So, yes,
they definitely could not. They could not.
What?
No.
In the days of Moses,
cuneiform was completely dead by the time this was written.
I don't think you understand what I'm saying. Moses is around 1,400. That's what you said.
Yep.
Tell me, was cuneiform used 1,400? Look it up.
Yeah.
It was? Oh.
Yeah.
So, could the story of Cinnamon in Egyptian language appear before Hebrew, still appear in the Egyptian language, and then the cuneiform copy that and create the cuneiform of that copy, and then later on, Hebrew rose up, and there's you find that same story, but the original.
No, and here's why. The answer is no. The answer is no, and here's why. The answer. Let me explain, brother. Let me answer you. You asked me a question. Let me answer you. Let me answer your question.
Let me make sure you understand what I just said. Do you understand what I just said?
Yes, I understand what you said. You said that because cuneiform existed around the same time that Hatshepsut and the story about her son, that the Sargon story could have copied from the Hatshepsut story, and that's the reason that cannot be the case is because the the Sargon of Akkad account comes from 1,000 years before the Moses time. Before the time of Hatshepsut, the Sargon of Akkad
Says who?
story had already been around for almost 1,000 years.
Says it.
Carbon dating.
Carbon dating. Ha! Ha! You know, they carbon dated a skeletal thing, and they said that this thing had been around for 1,000,000 years, and then the people that had tricked
Yeah,
the people came and said it's actually the skeleton of a monkey who just died 10 years ago. The scientists were all looking
I
like
really, I
fools.
super doubt that.
No, that's a fact.
I doubt
That's a
that.
fact.
I doubt it.
You cannot use
I doubt that.
carbon dating for rock. Fact.
Well, no, okay. If the rock has organic material on it, you can.
You're only okay. So the rock's gone through time, and some organic material is on it, and now you're dating that organic material. What if the rock existed, or the organic
Yes.
material existed before I even wrote on the rock? Oh, now we have.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I'm sure there's a way of determining that. I don't do
No, that's
radiocarbon
why-
dating. I
that's-
trust it though.
That's why scientists don't use carbon dating to actually make facts.
Bullshit. Yes, they do.
No, they don't. No,
They do. And not only do we have to, not only does carbon, not only do we have carbon dating, but we have sedimentary dating as well.
Carbon dating is only one, because there's many different things that they use to try to date something. Carbon dating.
That's what I literally was just saying to you. You cut me off. I was just saying this to you.
In all sources of the carbon dating, it doesn't line up with other facts that they have, like sedimentary. The carbon dating usually is way off, so they never use that as a.
That's not
standard
true.
mode.
You made that up. But you made that up. Like, I know for a fact that carbon dating often matches the sedimentary prediction. That's flat out wrong.
Dr. Zakir Hawass.
Doctor Who?
Zakir Hawass.
I don't think so.
He's the head of all Egypt archaeology.
Huh?
He's the head over all Egyptian archaeology. You cannot do anything in Egypt without Zakir Hawass telling you can. You know what
Okay.
he says about carbon dating? He laughs
What?
at it. He laughs at it.
So what? Is he authority on carbon dating?
He's the authority on archaeological evidence of time periods. I most certainly would believe him over some quack who comes along with an instrument to try to tell me something's been around for billions of years, when he, as the archaeologist who gets down into the actual dirt.
So you realize some archaeologists have never done carbon dating in their life. Like, not all archaeologists know how to do carbon dating.
Wouldn't use it.
No, what I'm saying is that archaeology doesn't always involve carbon dating, and just because this guy is the quote-unquote head over ancient Egyptian archaeology doesn't mean that he knows anything about carbon dating.
He does. That's why he doesn't use it, because it's wrong a lot of times.
He probably doesn't understand it.
I don't think you understand what you're saying. If I've got literal writings and pottery and everything else in a city that I excavated, I've got the date in writing. And then I let some guy come into my archaeological dig, carbon date something like the pottery. When I have the literal inscription date of who wrote what was going on, they have a date. Then the guy comes and he says, "Oh, this was 2 million years old." Do you know why an archaeologist would laugh at the carbon dating when he literally has all the evidence of everything that we have found in a writing tablet, and this guy saying it's 1 billion years old?
That doesn't happen.
Yes,
That's what I'm
that
saying.
happens
Like, carbon dating is generally really accurate.
Do you not hear what I'm telling
No.
you? It happens all the
Yeah.
time. Joe Rogan, the moron Joe Rogan, who was trying to find aliens, he did an interview with him. And Hawass tells you right away, they do not use carbon dating in archaeological excavations in Egypt whatsoever, because they're wrong 80% of the time. That's why they don't use them. You can if you want, but it's not a fact. No
That's such a crazy thing to say. Like every archaeologist, like I'm really into archaeology and like listen to lectures from archaeologists all the
Nope.
time. They all talk about carbon dating, all of them.
Carbon dating is a crock of shit.
Well, archaeologists don't agree with you. The experts disagree. You're naming one person that laughs at carbon dating while
And
all the
again-
other archaeologists
again,
are using it
And the
regularly.
whole podcast that I wrote this whole time was what? Based off what? You know why they don't like AI? You know why people don't like AI? You know why the institutions? You know why the scholars don't like AI? Because AI shows that you're fucking wrong and you don't like it. That's why. Because they have an institution. Do you know what an institution means? It's an institute of what? Of bullshit they want you to believe. And if something comes along that
Bullshit.
goes along with what they're saying, they get mad and they call it bad and wicked and evil. We have to destroy it. Because I prove all theological
You sound
arguments.
paranoid. You sound paranoid right now.
Paranoid. I'm trying to show you. Even the academic world is a controlled place. They've
Yeah, these are conspiracy theories
That's
that you're
not a
talking about right now.
conspiracy. I've just shown you are trying to tell me that this story of Balaam should be taken literally because mythology. That's a fucking lie. You're crazy.
Why?
You're
Why am I crazy for
Because
that?
this guy obviously doesn't know that there's a difference between mythology and historical evidence.
No, I do. But
So
the
why
story
would I
clearly indicates that it's
use this
mythology
story as a mythological story?
because it indicates that it's mythology through the events in the story. It has a god talking. It has a god talking to someone. It has a god opening an animal's mouth. It has an animal talking to somebody.
Nope.
It has curses being cast. It has the angel of the Lord coming and talking to someone. These are mythology. These are mythological elements, and you won't admit
I
it.
showed this guy every linguistical understanding of the word, the meaning that should be taken as a figurative language and as what it means to open, and the word mouth. He still denies that the donkey is just hee-hawing because he's assuming a mythological connotation to this. That's called
You're
assertion.
assuming figurative. You're assuming figurative.
Assuming. I'm not assuming that's what it is.
I'm not assuming. I'm not assuming. We both have evidence. We both have evidence, brother. Neither of us are assuming. That's my point.
No evidence. I do.
I do have evidence. My evidence is the entire ancient Near Eastern corpus that repeatedly shows animals having long, drawn-out conversations with people.
Called what? Mythology? All
Just
right.
like numbers,
So-
same as numbers, mythology.
Mythology as his evidence. That's called what as a fallacy? You know? If you're going to use mythology, which is clearly not evidence, it's mythological, as your evidence, that's called what as a fallacy? Do you know? Are you aware of it?
I'm not using mythology as evidence for mythology. You're completely misunderstanding me.
It's here all day long. And you say it all the time. It's a mythological story.
No, I mean in the way that you're saying. You're trying to imply circular reasoning right now.
Animals talking, so it's all mythological. How come we shouldn't use this as a mythological story? And I gave him the actual evidence of the linguistic of the word, why it's used figuratively.
The only thing you demonstrated to me is that it could be figurative. You demonstrated that it could be figurative. Could be, not is, could be. And it could be literal too. It could be literal too. And you haven't refuted that. You haven't refuted the literal aspect. You've only demonstrated that it could be.
Refuted the fucking literal.
No, you didn't. The fuck you did.
We don't have fucking donkeys talking English language, motherfucker. Are you insane?
That could be mythology. It could be mythology.
It's not. You just see the guy.
You're just saying it's not. You're just announcing that it's not with no evidence.
Did you just hear yourself? Did you just hear yourself? I don't think you understand shit. You asked me for evidence that not to take it literal. You wanted the evidence not to take it literal? Donkeys don't fucking talk English language. That's all the evidence I need. No animal speaks English language. No animal.
But so that's the argument for figurative. But it could also be literal, and it could be mythology, and you're rejecting that for no reason.
Sir, I'm about to throw you the fuck out. If you do not stop, I'm about to throw you out for real.
What would you like me to do? You tell me.
You asked me for physical, literal. Why I don't take it literally?
I heard you. I repeated it back to you.
Why do I not take it literal? What's my evidence not to take it literal?
Your evidence for not taking it literally is the fact that the patak, to open, can be used in literally and figurative ways. And you assumed the figurative.
That's not
Yes,
what I
you
said.
did.
Nope.
Yes, you did.
Usman, please right there. Why I said I don't take it literally because in an observation.
Because donkeys don't talk. Because donkeys don't talk.
Do they?
But donkeys do talk in mythological stories.
Did I say is mythological figurative or is it a literal?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Is mythology literal or figurative?
It can be both.
It can't be both.
Of course it can.
No, it can't. It would not be called mythology.
It can be making a literal claim that is fictional. Yes, it can.
No.
It,
mythology.
yes, like it can say a man sailed a boat across the ocean. It could say, listen, it could say a man sailed a boat across the ocean. It's literally talking about the man sailing across the ocean and not figuratively like sailing across the sky or something, but it's a fictional story. So it can be, yes.
I don't want to throw a charlatan out, but I'm going to have to soon, Wyatt. I'm telling you right now, Wyatt. I'm going to have to throw this.
I couldn't hear you. What'd you say?
Wyatt, if he continues, I'm going to have to throw him out completely. Because he is now.
Wait, why are you threatening to throw me out?
Because you are absolutely a charlatan. Do you know what the word charlatan means?
Yeah, that I'm intentionally deceiving. That's not true.
Yes, you don't use. Nobody is going to use mythology as hence for literal truth. Charlatan.
You're assuming it's literal. We've gone through this. You're assuming numbers is literal.
I did not say it was literal. Again.
You said it was non-mythological, historical truth.
He's gonna have to go. He's gonna have to go. He's the one trying to say it's a literal story, not me. I'm trying to show him donkeys don't fucking talk. And to use the word open mouth figuratively in the definition that I showed him. He did not want to do that. He started to use his evidence. I have evidence that it's literal because I use mythology as my evidence. Nowhere is mythology used for any kind of literal evidence of a truth. Never. If that's the case, then let's go and use the 7 dwarfs and Snow White. Snow White and 7 dwarfs. Yeah. That's evidence for truths. No, nobody is going to use a mythological story to convey a historical document to show a reality that animals can, not in the physical, literal sense of speaking, but animals can tell you when something is wrong. And now, since he couldn't hang around because he was still obstructing in all the stupidity that he had, not wanting to see it, trying to make claims that I'm taking it literal when he's the one that's supposed to be. This is his argument, not mine. This is the absurdness of this guy. I'm going to show you in the next verses. Here, in verse 31, it says this: for this gentleman who was so naive and uneducated, making an argument that was stupid, because this verse, I hadn't even gotten to this yet, which is going to hammer the nail into his coffin. In verse 31, it says, and the Lord opened the eyes of Balaam. So does that mean Balaam was blind? So the Lord opened his eyes. He opened the mouth of the donkey. He opened the eyes of Balaam. Should we take this figurative or literally? Because is Balaam blind and now he can't see? Or should we take this figuratively to mean mentally? Mental sight was opened, jackass. This is why uneducated people can never defeat me in a debate. Ever. Because they don't even continue on with the story. They don't get full context to show that it's a fucking figurative document. Because here, Balaam clearly must not be blind if he's beating his donkey. He knows where he's at. He's the one guiding the donkey. So clearly here in verse 31, it is telling us and letting us know that this whole thing is a figurative understanding of a truth. In verse 31, ladies and gentlemen, since this guy was clearly uneducated, it states, the Lord opened the eyes of Balaam, and he saw the angel of the Lord standing in the way, and his sword drawn in his hand, and he bowed down his head and fell flat on his face. Just like I told the gentleman, sometimes an animal can perceive something before you can. Sense of smell. An angel is not a flying magical being. An angel is a messenger, a man. Just like Balaam was also a messenger. So Balaam was an angel. There's an angel in the roadway now. Balaam now can see this other prophet, messenger that showed up. Hey, buddy, how do you know that this wasn't Moses? Uh-oh. Oopsie daisies. How do you know this wasn't Moses? Think about it. I just said that this writing is from someone's perception. They heard a story being spoken. How do you know that God did not send this angel, Moses, who's also a messenger, to Balaam to stand against Balaam for trying to curse the Israelites? So the story is there. The context is very much there. He's questioning things that he refuses to see. So in my assumption here in this story, and I am saying my assumption, and I have very good reason to assume that this other messenger that sent is Moses. Because Peter was called a Satan. Here, an angel of the Lord, a messenger that's from God, and the only messenger at the time where Balaam would be around at that time would have been Moses. The greatest at that time was Moses. Why would Moses not have been sent by God to stand in the way of Balaam from cursing the people? And now Moses could have received this story to write this story because this angel of the Lord here is fucking Moses, Cinnamon, who actually encountered Balaam in the curse. Fact. To say anything otherwise would make you speculating in buffoonery. So now here, sir, should I take God opening the eyes of Balaam figuratively or literally? I couldn't take it literally because, of course, Balaam's eyes were already open. It must have a different meaning. Meaning now he is aware mentally that there is a guy that could have been hiding behind a tree. The donkey saw it, knew aware of it. But Balaam was unaware, beating his donkey. His donkey's hee-hawing back at him. And then finally, there's Moses, drawn sword. What are you doing, Balaam? Oh, shit. And now Balaam falls on his knees. You think Balaam is not aware of Moses? Moses is a mighty great man, well known. An Egyptian ruler, for God's sake. Carrying a fucking staff of a fucking Egyptian ruler. Even Zipporah and all the daughters of Jethro knew that this was a fucking ruler of Egypt. At the well, it stated all this. See, people don't read their book. They don't get the information like I get. I get the information, I retain it. So that way, when the story keeps progressing, I start to add in the whole picture. I start saying, oh shit, this, oh fuck, oh my God, this is true. This is a real story from the perception of Cinnamon, because he's the one who fucking wrote it. Of course he's going to know who Balaam is, because he's the one who met Balaam. Otherwise, how the fuck would Moses be able to write this fucking story if he didn't know who the fuck Balaam was? Point blank. This is the reality of actually thinking critically. Having critical thinking skill help you to develop to see things that are truthful and honest. How could Moses write the story? Because Balaam was alive when Moses was alive. Cinnamon, who was the one crossing the Israelites over. And God made Moses aware of what Balaam was doing. So he went to go visit Balaam with his sword drawn. Then they came to a reasoning. Oh, Moses, I'm sorry. Oh, I understand now. Oh, Moses, you would not believe it. I did not even know you were standing there. I was beating my donkey, and my donkey was telling me, that asking me why I'm beating him. He didn't understand, but my donkey was bashing my foot up against the wall. Read the fucking story. You'll see the story for yourselves. And now Balaam is readdressing. That's why I asked this gentleman. See, he doesn't know everything I know. That's why I was questioning him. I was like, tell me, how would you write me the story if I was not present with you? That the dog was conveying to you that it had been mistreated. What would you tell me that the dog is telling you? As Balaam is telling Moses what the donkey was doing, disobeying him. As if he's telling the story to Moses, not the donkey and him talking. The story is being conveyed. The story is being conveyed from Balaam to Moses, not donkey to Moses, not donkey to Balaam. It's being addressed in a certain manner. That's why it's written in this way, figuratively. That's it, Andy. That's it. Completely. So the guy wasn't listening. That's why that's why. And why, if you continue to act fucking stupid, I'll block you. I'll block every fucking thing, Big Nose. Because that's who you are. I'll block every one of your accounts out of here. Don't be so jealous because I'm wise. I don't know why you're so jealous. There is no winner or loser. This is your issue. This is your problem. You think somebody's winning or losing. I'm trying to explain to the gentleman. It's used figuratively. That's it. He can't use mythology as his evidence. Mythology is mythology. It's not a truth for evidence. However, if I read more of the story and I look at God open the eyes of Balaam as well, same word used there, open the same word used there. Should I take it literal or figuratively? Uh-oh. But see, people don't stay with the story. They immediately assume something because of what they're taught. And it's completely absurd. And then they get doctrines of devils from podiums teaching foul, stupid things that make no sense. I'm trying to agree with this guy. No, donkeys don't talk, nor do fucking snakes, man. Even I was trying to get him to understand. Jesus used the word vipers. I tried to get him to say, is vipers used as a word for snake? Yes. In the beginning, he wanted to fight it. Finally, he admitted, yes. I said, okay, so the same word here, used for the nakash, is the word serpent. And has the same figurative meaning as when Jesus is calling a bunch of people a brood of vipers. Are they really vipers? By all means, no. They're humans. But do they have the activity? Are they being sneaky, silent, lying, deceitful so they can bite you, or poison you, and kill you? Are they hiding underneath the brush somewhere? Are they acting like a snake? Yes. The same way with these human beings that were at this tree were trying to deceive Eve. But he couldn't even last long enough even to get into that because he could not understand the donkey talking shit. This is the problem with people. I'm only going to warn them again. Because like I say, I don't care for having conversation. I'm only on here to teach the truth. I don't care to speak to the peanut gallery of the same people acting as if they're the same people with different accounts. So Wyatt, I warned you. You've been blocked. Get the fuck out of here. You're a complete fucking ignorant man. And if you come up with another fucking account again, I'm going to block you in that account as well. That's the end of the conversation with you. You can't prove, you did not even prove I was wrong. I just proved evidence. My evidence is proof. Everyone knows it. And I'll pull it up again so everyone can see the fucking verse I'm talking about. These people are so fucking ignorant. Verse 31, again. Everyone, what's verse 31 say? The Lord opened the eyes of Balaam. Opened. Look at that. Figuratively again. To reveal, carry, lead. All the other implementation or implements that were part of 28 up here. And the Lord opened. Here again, figuratively. 31, opened. Now, even as you see here, you see these words that are being used. One is Gala, and then up here, 28, open, Patha. Why are they different, everyone? Do you guys know why they're different? I can tell you. Which I was trying to explain to that guy. Because one's an animal, one's a human. One's talking specifically with animals, so you use a different word. And one's human, so you use a different word. But they're both figurative. No, because it's not arguing. These people are of the same group. This is all part of the people that come here to just act foolish. They're not really here to learn, and they're not arguing their case. This case had no foundation. You understand? It's complete rubbish. What he's saying, it's rubbish. And I just showed you the two different words. Opened. That's what he was, if it's opening the mouth. But that word there, open. And I just showed him because he didn't want to stay around for all of it. Because there's two words there used for open, ain't there? I just showed you that shit. These people don't even know the linguistics of why there's two words used. Why? If the same word is opened in English, but in the Hebrew, it's a different word being used. Why? It still doesn't change the figurative use of it, but it does denote something else, specifically speaking about an animal and a human. But these people don't know this. I'm always the king. You can't defeat me. These people can't defeat me. So they're all the same, like Business Australia. Fuck you as well. Fuck out of here. You understand what I'm telling you? Fuck you as well. You're a goofy fuck too. These are all the same fucking individuals, everyone. With the you have to understand, this is the same person with different fucking accounts. Usman's the only one here. And Hakeem, another fool. You can clearly see that these are all the same people. Usman is the only one here using his critical brain. Usman's the only one here who had a critical thinking brain. Everyone has the same guy, by the way. Hakeem, they all think I don't know this, but they're all the same people because I'm looking here. Majority of my followers who are always here never leave comments. They don't write in the comments section. Usman, Joseph, sometimes Rupert, and Simon will be the only ones in my comment section. But I have, like you see, 50 something subscribers, but no one else ever writes anything. All of a sudden, when you start to see these same old guys, Business Australia, who came from Big Nose of London, they're the ones that used to fight and argue with themselves over there. Andy Pandy, all these people. And I bring up the stage and you can hear their voices are all bullshit, right? Hiding, disguising themselves. They're all part of the same program. So yes, from now on, I'm blocking these motherfuckers. They're stupid. This is educational channel, not ignorant fucking channel. I'm not here to debate fucking foolishness. Point blank. Especially if you're going to bring your evidence is mythology. Whoa, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. They are the same person, Usman. But I blocked all of them now. Because I know, you know, Usman, I've been around here on my channel for long enough to know who leaves comments and who don't. I'm well aware of this shit. Most of my followers are not American. Because I don't really need to deal with American and British fools. Because they are the problem of society. Like the whole colonialism and all that other shit is what's created what we have today. It's America and its little whore and the beast. And now they're going around trying to fight with everyone else and their radical Christian ideologies, which is so fucked up, foul. They're trying to press on everyone else. Then they're all Islamophobic. But like at the same time, I'm not fighting for Islam nor Christianity. I think they're both stupid. They both have fallacy. They're both corrupted in their own way. I seek the truth. I don't care for anything else but the truth. And I'm sure the fuck not going to listen to a bunch of stupid people tell me don't cuss on my own channel. Like, what the fuck are you? You're not my fucking mommy and daddy. Get the fuck out of here, weirdo. And there's Usman's. There. They're all the same. Every one of them is the same. Wisdom justifies her children. That's all I say. Wisdom justifies her children. This video can clearly be seen. I'm not taking it down. You can see the ignorance in Wyatt. You can see the ignorance in Biznos. You can see the ignorance in Hakeem. You can see the ignorance in everything they said. When the evidence itself I presented and showed everybody this shit, it's live. And yet the person that was here, the Andy guy, or whatever he wanted to call himself, was not proper in how he was really analyzing scripture verses. Completely off the wall, as if he's some fucking atheist. That's crazy. As if I believe in mythology. If it's called mythology, I don't believe mythology is real. The Bible, the Quran, these are historical documents of actual living evidence of people and places. It's real. I'm not reading about Thor and his mighty hammer, throwing it to the ground and no one can pick it up. I don't believe in mythology. And where I was going to catch you is this, because people like to throw this around. They tried to say that cuneiform, a story of Sargon, was around before a story of Moses being found in the basket. If both languages were being spoken and written in the same BC time, what the fuck you talking about? Who wrote what first? Who wrote what first? Ah, but we had carbon dating. Carbon dating? The fuck you talking? It's been proven carbon dating is not reliable. It's only reliable for them if they want to push their agenda to try to deny the Quran or the Torah or the Injil as being true. That's when they use carbon dating to try to say it's not real. Sargon was already talking about. Motherfuckers, people in Sumeria knew who the fuck Sargon was through oral tradition. You think somebody can't write a cuneiform story that matches what they heard in Egypt about a boy finding the basket of Hatshepsut? Are you insane? But this is where I was getting at with academia. Academia is petrified of people like me who present things in truth and logic that disrupt what academia pushes as truth, and what theological scholars present as truth. So if I use AI to write something for me, they want to attack AI. Just like they attacked John, called him a devil. Now they attacking Jesus, called him a devil. Now they're going to start attacking AI and calling it the devil. It can only be manifested as a devil when it starts to perform like a devil. That's it. Just like you as a human, you can act as a Satan. It's absurd. And now we have fentanyl. Again, this is the other guy, same people, you can see. Fentanyl wants to be blocked and banned as well. And he's blocked and banned. Don't worry, no worries, Usman. And fentanyl is also, look, he calls out Big Nose is king of the Big Nose. Is not the king of debates. I've already squashed all his stupidity as well. No one can defeat me in the scripture verse. No one. Right, basically. Yep. That's what they're saying. Is that's the insanity of even academia itself. Now, if you watch that video with the doctor Havas with Joe Rogan, the only reason Joe Rogan brought him on his podcast is because Joe Rogan had an agenda, and you can find it later on. Watch the other one after this next episode. Joe Rogan started to make fun of Havas as if Havas is not a true scientist, hiding things still. Oh, we know that there's aliens. You're hiding it. You're hiding. Joe Rogan's a fucking fool. A pot-headed alcoholic bumfuck. Calling a man who 57 years has been doing archaeological evidence and work is a liar? That's absurd of Joe Rogan, the stupid actor, stupid UFC guy. Think about that shit. Who do you think I'm going to believe? A doctor who's actually working with the actual archaeology for 57 years, or just some punk-ass punk pothead who thinks aliens exist? Get the fuck out of here with that shit. Yeah, which transpired. That's why even he said the day. I said, well, in the days of Noah. What about what happened in the day of Noah? Or in the days of no matter what you say, day or days? In the day of George Washington, in the day of, they didn't understand what I'm saying. They keep trying to use it for themselves in a literal way so that they can try to base an argument that has no foundation. That to me is absurd. And no scholar would ever agree with what these people are saying, period. I'll tell you that right now. No scholar is ever going to agree with what these people are saying. And he lied when he said archaeology uses testing, carbon dating as conclusions for all things. No. In a study, they will use all resources available to find something more proper. But they already know, most people in archaeology know that with carbon dating, it gets screwed up a lot. So they never form any kind of theory, hypothesis, or fact based solely alone carbon dating. Ever. Because they don't know what to say. If I put this here, throw it outside, it gets all sorts of kinds of things on it. And 100 years later, somebody finds it and writes something on it, and throws it back out there. 1,000 years pass. They pick it up. And the stuff that was on it from when I threw it is on it before it was even transcribed on. So let's say we threw this out. Stuff gets on it that can carbon date, that has carbon. But 1,000,000 years go by, and then I inscribe something on it on a rock. It's a rock. Let's pretend like this is a rock. And then I inscribe something on it. And then 1,000 years later, somebody finds it. They carbon date it. They say, oh, this inscription was written millions of years ago. When in fact, it was only written 1,000 years ago. But the carbon stuff that was on it had been on it since that time. But the actual inscription did not take place until later. That's why I can't trust carbon fucking dating. Get the fuck out of here with that shit, man. See, people don't use their critical thinking to assess things that are possibilities. And I don't think people understood what I was saying when I was saying that either. I don't think he understood it. And that's why archaeology is not dependent on carbon dating. for everyone out there, if you want some evidence, some truth, there, you are completely correct. Archaeology is a multidisciplinary field that relies on vast toolkit of dating methods and analytical technique. While carbon dating is famous, it is only used for organic material and serves alongside many other independent, highly reliable methods. Only. You see this? People, I'm telling you, this is what happens when you're uneducated and you didn't know this. You would believe what someone would present and say, oh, carbon dating's great. Yeah, archaeology. Oh, yeah. No, it's never. That's the insanity of it. But you'll get people that will come and say things like this. And if you get more people, let's say you got 10 against 1. One person saying, no, we don't use carbon dating. And then you get 10 people say, yeah, you did. And they say the one person that says no is the actual archaeologist. And the other 10 are just from the peanut gallery. You clearly see how people can be misled? You see? Yes, all mythology. That's why I would not use mythology. I'm using mythology as my evidence. What the fuck are you talking about? Clearly, it's stupidity. I'll give you a call later. At least when I'm going to end my video, I'll give you a call. Because I've been on there for a while and I'm going to get something to eat. And this was a good video to show people how, if you don't know certain things, it's important for you. It's important for yourself to find out this truth. Because even within these institutions, like I say, even the institutions, which is the topic of this, who really is afraid of AI is these institutions. Because if you can get a highly educated man to use a tool that benefits greatly his research, these institutions become terrified of it because they get shut down. Because we have more evidence that goes against them. So, like I always say, think for yourselves, do your own studying. Use those 7 spirits the way that God intended for you. Let life itself guide you properly. And as always, shalom, salam alaikum, peace be with you guys. Enjoy the rest of your day and your evening, whichever one you are in.